right. Let's get cracking. Because we're going to work on some more pig-faced orcs. Couple packs here. There's 3 here. Should be 3 in here, I think. We won about 10. A little more to put together here than the ones yesterday. Very interesting. Again, beautiful sculpts. These are command without a banner. The other pack is command with a banner. There's a big old banner in here. That should be interesting. It's a lot to work on. A lot to clean up. So I'm going to do that today. I'm going to work on our basic D&D campaign as well. Once Kyle gets here. I'm going to work on that. We're going to play that live right here on the pin-along. Maybe not today, but we're going to work on it. Everybody's welcome to join in. How's that? Let's see who else joins us today. Might see Karma. I hope we see Karma. She missed out yesterday. Sure, she's going to be bringing her digital brushes, working on her current project, possibly a commission. Digital art. Talk about some role-playing, talk about some board games, talk about some war games, miniatures, talk about my project on my house out here. Got a bit more done today. Little by little. Hope to get moved in there next month. Gotta recharge my headlamp here. I dropped the lens. Much better. Yeah, we'll get these guys done first. Maybe we'll see James. He's hard at work on his Tyranids. Doing a little painting today, he was. Maybe he'll show some of that off for us today. Nids. Usually save my own 40K project for Saturdays. Oh, when I got nothing else to paint or work on. Sometimes happens. There's about 48 of these pig-faced orcs I gotta do. Again, commission. About 47, I think. I'm working on about 10 a day. Anticipate getting it halfway done by the end of the month. Finished off at the end of next month. much cleanup on these models. I'm not a fan of them. They're a little too snouty for my liking. But they're really nice models. How you doing, James? Morning, my friend. See, you've been hard at work on your NIDS. It's good to see. It's good to see. They're looking good. See you doing a little dry brushing. Progress, my friend, progress. Little by little. That's all that's required. Just a little bit at a time. Before you know it, you'll have so much done, you won't know what to do with yourself. These are a different manufacturer from yesterday. I think these are Otherworld. Got about 15 of those to do. Thought I'd change it up and start working on them. I'm also going to do a little spackling today on the ones I did yesterday. I need a new blade in this knife. So denser, just put a denser Carroburg. With that yellow dry brush. When it dries, I will base the model with varnish, keeping it simple for termagants. Yeah, keep it simple. Just base coat things and move on. I forgot which side I was looking at. This one. much flash on these at all. Even the mold lines are very, very slight to non-existent. Quite impressive. Wonder if he did some of the cleanup for me. He didn't say anything. Might have a little bit. Noticing a little bit here and there. Like something has been scratching on these. Certainly wasn't me. Looks like the heart of an enemy. It looks like a heart. Wow, he's holding the heart in his hand. This guy's like a shaman. He's got a heart in his hand. He's been saving that for a special occasion. Okay, that's two. Oh. When it dries, I will base the models and varnish, keeping it simple for termagants. Let me turn up my a little bit there. Good evening to the both of you. How you doing, Ian? It's just us three in here today. So far. Working on more pig faces. Did some more work on the house today. More progress. Boy, it was messy. I won't go into details, but it was messy. Ooh. Messy work. James has been hard at work on his termagants. He's working on his Tyranids. Little nooks and crannies. What's this? What is that? Okay. I have to focus a little bit more on these. There's so much detail on them. Is it gonna split his ear? I don't think so. Okay. Doing fine, up early, so it's been a long day. Got plenty done, though. So content. Oh yeah, you're working on your little project there. Just painting some 40K. Give me an hour and I should be there. Carm will be here around 5. That's what that comes to. I wonder what that project is. Well, this isn't your secret project. I don't think. Maybe it is. I don't remember. You were talking about the secret project, but didn't say much. But wasn't there something else you were working on that you're making content on? I don't remember what I was hearing. I know you were going to work on something all week. Content. He's got a ring on. He's got a ring on his finger. Okay. Axe. I didn't do much yesterday. Finished the project. Finished my painting, and that's about it. watching YouTube. Oh, let me make sure I'm...
Okay.
Oh, there he is. There he is. Cavalier, 1984. Is that when you were born? 1984?
Yeah.
Was it really? You youngster.
Yeah. Hang on. There we go. Like facing the other way for some reason. Um, yeah, I pulled an all-nighter and decided to paint by the heater.
Yeah, okay. Getting things done. Gotta do what you gotta
I
do.
just wanted to get these guys started at least so that we can play with them. Like, I'm not actually trying to win any awards with this lot, but this is post second wash, and yeah, you can see nice.
Almost.
Like impossible to.
Come on, come on. Hey, just base coat it and give it a highlight?
I actually did way too much to it, really, for what
Really?
it is. Um, I, I started black and then I sprayed it crimson red and then like kind of red orange from above. And then I gave it a Carberg crimson wash and then the yellow dry brush and then another Carberg crimson wash to smooth it out. And because I was a bit heavy-handed with dry brushing in some parts, so
Come on, focus.
like I know, right? Jeez.
That's really good cork.
Quality cork.
Yeah, take it out of there. See what happens. No, it's you. It just won't work. Oh, come on, man. You can see the shading. His little muscles. Are they more humanoid looking now? No, I guess they're the same.
I don't know. Turn it to lame.
Jesse played him. Ian says, yes, 28 millimeter, 5 figures off the sprue. Cleaned, built, and based. 4 more partially built. The damn arthritis in my left hand finger slows me down a lot. You have some sort of window open that's blocking the view. I think he can see.
Mm-hmm.
That would be James. Boy, it's perfect on you. You can see your mustache hairs. Just don't want to do it. Yeah, bring it up to you. Yeah. Now it's focusing. Oh, terrible. Terrible.
Yeah, but I actually did way more to them for the end result. Typical, but yeah, I mean, that's kind of actually all I want to do to them. Like, I don't actually.
That's good.
Because they're termagants. They're just like,
That's fine.
little grunt men.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're not your main army. They're just
I will
spare.
I will do the bases. But yeah, I just want to get those painted up so that they have someone to. The Space Marines have someone to shoot at.
Mm-hmm.
I'll probably paint the close combat ones like purple or something like that, so I can easily tell them apart.
You doing anything now, or are you all done?
I'm waiting for it to dry. Like, I've been working on it all night, so I'm going to go to bed. Just as the sun comes up.
Yeah, you're all backwards.
And yeah, I'm out of sync, but I was
Yep.
like, I'm gonna get this stuff done. Mm.
Yeah, I hear you. I know what that's about. I finally got it all straightened out, my schedule, so I'm
Oh, I
all
was doing so well. I was going to bed at like 8 p.m. and getting up just before dawn, like 4 o'clock in the morning.
yeah.
And that was great because I usually catch you guys like at least some of the time, but also just get a lot more daylight,
You need
which
daylight.
is obviously healthier.
Yes, yes, yes. For sure.
Mm. Anyway, I'm gonna pack it in now, but
All right.
I'll be listening in.
All right.
All right, catch you later.
I'll see
See
you,
ya.
James. Take care.
There's that button again.
Ah, what a life. Was I working on this guy? Make sure I put him on the base right. Yeah, that's his termagants. Working on his termagants. Oh, come on, super glue. Quick show and tell. That's what that was. The other window is blocking your table. It was right after you said karma. Oh, yeah, it's because I was looking at something else. It does that if I'm not paying attention. Now my camera's froze. I must have bumped the table.
What's up, Fritz?
Hey, Kyle, what's going on?
I was just getting in. What are you getting into?
I'm doing my painting of my orcs.
Okay.
That's what I'm doing. It's got to be done, Kyle. It's got to
Yes,
be
sir.
done. This is my job. This is when I work.
Yes, sir.
Just had James in here. He was showing off his termagants. They're looking good. It's got good progress going. Still waiting on Kyle to break out his Greeks and start working on them with us. He will. He'll get there. Join us for some painting here.
One day.
You should, man. It's really enjoyable. You'll enjoy it. This guy is, let me see, is that going to be correct? Let's move him around to the other side. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Guess I'll put him on this way. Let's see what that looks like. Let's try that. So we'll see Karma here in about 5 o'clock. I think she said, with her digital brushes. There we go. Let them dry.
It was good, was it?
Did you just get home?
Yes, sir. Yep, I lugged around an 85-pound kayak machine today. I said the hell with it.
Okay.
Yeah, we were supposed to kayak 10 floors. We did 11, and they were coming to be, they were about to tap me on the shoulder and say, hey, can you do 2 more? No. No. It's like 10 till, and I'm out the door. Yeah, we'll be doing that tomorrow.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. 14. Gotcha. Get rid of this. I'm gonna do some painting today. Gonna chat with you guys as we do. We're gonna check out Karma's newest project when she gets here. We're gonna work on our D&D basic characters for our online campaign that we're gonna play right here in the chats, off and on. Gonna work on that a little bit at the end. I might paint some sisters. I don't know about that, but it's always an option because they're right there. If I got nothing else to do, I gotta pull them out. Otherwise, I saved them for Saturday. Did a little work on the house. Messy business today. Messy business. I won't go into details about that, but yeah, made some progress on the house. Little by little, we're getting there. Iron Man says, got my 29-year-old truck up and running and picked up a load of OSB for some projects. OSB, what is that? OSB. What is that, Kyle? OSB. Acronyms, that's what it is. Let me get these guys out of the way. Hopefully they won't dry on my laptop. Let's get out this next batch. This is another command pack, 3 models, I guess, with a big ass banner made out of metal. Wow, this is big. Look at that thing. That's huge, man. I hope I don't have to pin this thing. I might have to paint this separate off of the guy for shipping purposes. Of course, if it breaks, you just put it back on anyway. Looks like it's held by just his hand. Let's see what these guys look like. It's this guy right here. Well, these guys are the same as those. 2 of them anyway. And this guy is a standard bearer. Kyle, you still there? Because I can't hear you talking. You're not muted, and I can't hear you. I have a feeling your mic is messed up again. Let me see how this goes on. That is huge. So it looks like connects on his wrist and his arm, and that's about it. I might be able to glue it to the inside of his foot as well. So I think I'm going to paint this separate. I'm not going to attach this because I have a feeling it's going to pop off. I'm definitely not going to pin things. Yeah, I'll leave that to him. So it's going to be painted separate. I hear nothing, Kyle. Oriented strand board. I've never heard of it. You called, oh, chipboard. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Gotcha. It's probably what they actually refer to it as. OBS, OSB. I always call it just chipboard or flake board, or there's particle board, but that's not what you mean. Yeah. I gotta get some plywood. With some water resistant edges. That would be nice. Gotta get some of that for the porch roof, which I haven't fixed yet. Yeah, 15 bucks, 20 bucks. 6x4 sheet, or is it an 8x4 sheet? It's an 8x4 sheet. I have a 6x4 sheet of plywood that I've had for probably 30 years, and it is my war game table. All this time I've used that same sheet. I set it on a couple card tables. That's the way I've always used it. And I still got it. And I'm going to be moving that out there. You guys have seen me play on that table forever. That's my main table. I remember cutting that. That's all I had to do was cut it. 6x4. I think I'll go the rest of my life with that same board. How do you like that? Kyle, I don't hear you, man. Don't hear you.
I'm back.
There you are. Was it your mic? Or did you go?
No, I had to get out of these work clothes.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. Gotcha.
Nice.
So OSB stands for,
Okay.
is an acronym for Oriented Strand Board, chipboard,
Wafer board, yeah.
wafer board. I've never referred to it as OSB, but yeah, I guess that's what they call it technically. Chipboard, flake board, wafer board. I've never actually heard that term either, but same thing, I guess. The cheap stuff.
Pretty much.
And then I was talking about getting plywood. I'm going to get some plywood, hopefully with some water-resistant edges for the porch roof. And then I got to talking about my 6x4 war game table that I've had for about 30 years. And I'll probably have that same war game table for the rest of my life. It's just a big old 6x4 sheet that I cut out, plywood, and I've used ever since. It's my main table. 6x4 is your standard war game table.
Okay.
I have other boards, but I don't use them as often. And when I do, I usually set them on top of the 6x4 table. I just get a 6x4 sheet of plywood, and I set it on top of two playing card tables. You know, the fold-up kind. Get them at Lowe's, cheap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You set them on. You set it on top of 2 of those, and there you go. There's your space for wargaming. And I put other tables on top of it, like my 4x4s. I have 2 4x4s. I have 2 3x4s. And I could have different size tables. Small games, big games. That's what I'm going to be moving into my new place here when I get all set up.
Yeah, you got it going on.
Yeah, I've had that sheet all through my wargaming life. Most of it. Same sheet. That table's seen everything. 40K, Man of War, role playing, AD&D 2nd edition. We played it on that. Man.
The good old days. Yep, the good old days, Fritz. The good old days.
You watching the chat for me?
Yes.
Yeah, keep an eye on it, because I miss stuff because I'm chipping away.
Our man says OSB is like chipboard, but with bigger chips that are aligned lengthwise to give joist for best strength. Yeah, you offset them. Yeah. Put your creases together.
What's he working on?
I don't know, Arn. What you got going on? James says, I like chips. How you doing, James?
Crisps. Over there in the UK. Oof. They're good. Much more heartier than, little limp-wristed potato chips from America. No comparison.
Wait. Our man says he is roofing.
Doing some roofing. For the house or the barn?
And are you using shingles or metal?
Buy some shingles next week. I'm about $30-40 a pack.
Yeah, they're expensive a bundle.
Just thinking about getting the rolled stuff. That ain't cheap either.
No, it isn't.
50 to $100 for 100 square feet, I think. I saw one that was 300 square feet for about for under $60. I don't know if I want to use that stuff though. I think you get a lot more. I didn't compare it to the shingle packages. I don't remember the square foot of that, a pack. I don't remember. But I remember the price, about $30-40. Bastards. That's a lot.
Yeah, and didn't have that much to make it. Tell you that right now. Our man says garage barn shingles probably won't install steel in 8 to 10 years. Yes, steel's good to go. That's what we have here on the house, and I quite enjoy it. It's simple to lay down. It's easy to install. As long as you got your ridges right, it'll shed water indefinitely. James says, I recommend Shelley's Shingle Shop, Saskatoon.
Garage barn
What do you
shingles.
mean?
Saskatoon. Shelley's Shingle Shop, Saskatoon. Yeah, he's making that up.
Our says rolls is too expensive since last 3 times longer. James says materials will be cheaper when made of compressed dissidents. I promise.
Oh.
And I did the dirty deed today, Fritz. I paid tax.
Oh, you got that done, did you?
Yeah, they're done and out the way.
That's a bitch. Property
Yeah.
taxes. You know what it is? You think about it. You don't own your land. You
No,
don't own it. The government
it
owns it. They're letting you essentially pay rent. That's what it is. And if you don't continue to pay that rent, they're going to take it away from you. Give it to someone else who will continue to pay rent. That's all it is. That it's such a load of shite.
Yeah, very much so.
I better calm down. I could go off on a lot of things right now on my mind, which I won't. Yeah, let's not go down that route. Government stuff, politics.
Oh, trust me, I'm right there with you.
My sister tried to talk me into getting a home water distiller. I've been looking into those kind of things myself. I talked her out of it instead. My sister tried to talk me into getting a home water. I talked her out of it instead. Okay. Our houses are built with bricks and mortar roofs, and roofs of slate or pantiles. Pantiles. No timber to be seen or rot. You ever go out to California? I lived my life on the East Coast. All my life on the East Coast. When I went to California, as you'd imagine, everything's so different, including the way they build their homes. You know, they all have those terracotta-like tile roofs. They seldom have yards like I'm used to. They usually have cactuses in their yard, stones, things like that. So different, but yet it's quite beautiful. Depending on where you are. But yeah, it's a desert, right? SoCal's a desert.
Pretty much.
I don't earn enough to pay tax, but boy, do I pay property taxes. Yeah. I make no secret of how much we pay taxes here on this property. It's somewhere between $6,000 and $8,000 every year for 4.5 acres.
I have 1 acre, and they just raised ours to $1,890 for a year.
Wow, that's 1 acre. Wow,
That's 1 acre, and they raised it to almost $1,800.
wow. It's
Ridiculous. I know that.
taxes are theft. That's all it is. Sydney is probably SoCal. Yeah. Hey, the cost of living out in California is really outrageous. So yeah, the prices probably would be comparable. Fritz, look into write-offs for consumables for the business. Yeah, I've done business taxes. I know how it works. All that stuff. But I don't worry about that. Taxes are the least of my problems.
They are very stingy about them too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've walked in. And I walked up to the lady. I'm like, I'm here to pay property taxes, and she was very rude. Well, give me your paper.
What else is new?
Excuse you, lady. Like, you know how much I'm handing you, and you being an asshole about it.
Yeah, right?
Makes me kind of want to smack somebody, but I can't.
Well, she don't get any of that taxes. She's just working there. She's probably having a bad day.
Yeah, but you don't have to take it out on me.
No.
James says expensive, but probably similar weather, gardens, etc. Our man says the house I flipped in Taylor, Missouri, near Detroit, had taxes of $5,200 a year 13 years ago. The house in Liviona, $3,800 a year. The one in Ensker slums was $3,200 a year. Yeah.
Whew. You were paying all that at once, or was this one after the other? Our man's living off flipping houses. That's what he's doing.
James said we paid $8 plus for a big bag of potato chips at the supermarket the other day. Ian said, LOL, my land can be measured in feet and inches, not acres. I pay $1,400 pounds a year for a postage stamp size.
What's happening? What is happening? What is happening?
I mean, and it's nice to know that this problem is all the way around the world. It's not just us that are experiencing this bullshit.
Yeah. It's organized crime.
Yeah, it's crime of the government, really.
Yep, organized crime. It's nothing but a mob syndicate. That's all it is. All of it.
One man said, I flipped the house in 2007. I own and rented out the one in Liviona. Sold it 2 years ago. The house in Ensker, we rented out at a loss, and I sold that 3 years ago.
Mm. Our man's a slumlord. Renting out slum homes. Collecting the profit. Oh. That's how he made all his funds. Aha.
And the price of rent is going through the roof, absolutely. I got a friend of mine, she went from paying $780 a month rent to almost paying $980 a month rent once they renewed her lease. So even that front has gone through the roof.
I can't remember what I paid for rent up in Massachusetts, half hour outside of Boston, which is expensive. I can't remember what we paid a month. I think it was, I want to say 2,800. But that's pretty high. I'm not sure it was that. Maybe it was 1,800 a month. And it was just a single bedroom, one bathroom. Nice place.
How much of that?
Had to pay $30 a month for Walter. He had to pay rent too. It added $30 a month if you had a pet.
That's bullshit.
Yeah, it's either that or no pets allowed. $30 a month.
James says, lucky to be a kept man, but even my missus is feeling the pinch. Yeah, I think we all are. I mean, really.
Yeah.
You know, the cost of living's going up. The price of food's going up. The price of wages isn't going up. And if the prices of wages go up, then guess what's going to happen? The price of everything that we're struggling to get now is going to be worse.
Yeah.
Because they're not just going to raise wages and leave the rest of it alone. Oh no, they're going to raise wages and then everything is going to go skyrocketing out of sight. Had this debate many a times.
And here we are, painting little miniatures and buying little rule books, making believe on Sunday evenings every week. And talking about the best ways to paint a Tyranid.
Yeah,
Our little world we disappear in. What would we do
I'll
without
take it. I'd be insane. We're probably in jail. Our man says the slum house made me enough to buy my electric generator package, and that was all. The house in Liviona was a nice area. The flip made $50K, but counting cost of materials, I made about $12 out.
Ah. God damn it. Ian's retired after spending a lifetime in the Navy and teaching, and I think he did police work as well. He's a retired man living off pensions, and he's got it pretty good, I think. Right, Ian? You got it pretty good. Could be better, I'm sure, but he worked for the government. Jesse works for the state. He's set for life with that job. He's got all kinds of benefits going on. He worked for the U.S. Post Office for a while as well. Very short while. And he owns his house. Yeah, he's doing pretty good. I used to do his taxes for him until he finally figured it out. Doing taxes. I always enjoyed doing taxes. It was like learning a rule book to me. That's the way I seen it. I had no problem digging into the little rule book to see all the changes. I filed taxes for our business. I did the taxes for him and his wife. Personal taxes. Did my own tax. Well, let's leave that alone. But yeah, I enjoyed that. That's how nerdy I am.
And we all get nerdy. And that's all right. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Did my sister's taxes too, now that I think about it. How do you do this? What does this mean? Blah, 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 blah. Give me the damn thing, I'll do it.
Yeah. And says, yes, I'm fine with 3 pensions, not wealthy, but comfortable. However, I put in 50 years of work to get to it.
50 freaking years. Holy
Yep, to earn it.
smokes. Damn.
Our man says, I don't like the tax rules, so I've modified them to suit my needs.
Homebrew. That's what they call that. Playing some house rules. Gotta watch, they hired all those new IRS agents. We better be careful what we talk about here.
I ain't worried about them. I'll tell them to fuck off the same as I do the ones in person.
You gotta watch out. They're packing. You gotta watch out. Have a shootout in your backyard with the IRS agents. Oh my God.
Hey, stranger things have happened on this mountain. I'll tell you. Stranger things have happened.
We're making a documentary about you. Better watch out, Kyle.
I'm going to go get some dinner. I'll be right back.
All right, Kyle. Us mountain folk, you gotta watch us. Oh my God. It's a conspiracy, I'm telling you. He's got some rings hanging out of his snout. Crazy times, crazy times. Crazy, crazy times. Okay, we got another shaman-like dude here. So let's put him over here. That's all done. Got to do this banner and a couple weapons. That'll be 6 figures. I count the banner as a 7th figure. Let's read. Slum house. Kept man feeling the pinch. The slum house made me enough to buy the electric generator package, and that was all. 50K. I read that. Yes, I'm fine. 3 pensions. Not wealthy, but comfortable. However, I put in 50 years of work to get it. Yeah. That's a long time. It's a long time. It's a big chunk of your life. I don't like the text rules, so I modify them. Yes, text office about rule 0. Don't you know about rule 0? Come now. They'll steal the eye out of your head, to paraphrase my man. The eye of Vecna. Yeah, the eye of Vecna. Oh. Just terrible. One thing after another. This never-ending story. Almost stabbed myself there. Careful. Almost. 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 Darn it. Camera frozen again. Okay, give me a second. I figured it would. That's something I gotta invest in, a new freaking camera too. I've had this camera a long time. Long time. There's another one. Yeah, I'm frozen, all right. There we go. My hands get stiff. I don't have arthritis. I guess we all have a little bit of arthritis in us, but yeah, my hands are good, really. But they stiffen up. Get a little stiff. Normal stuff. Well, let's keep this here, actually. There. Just gotta do this now. If I turn that exposure off, because it's just so shiny, I gotta get better lighting. That's what I need. Not depend on this exposure stuff. See, I'll turn it down. Takes away the shine, but boy, you can see it better. And it focuses. Kinda. It's not there. I'm not going to play this game. The big banner. Doo-doo-doo-doo. So yeah, I'm going to paint this separate. I'm going to keep it off of the model. And that's the way I'll ship it. It's too big and heavy. Let's keep it like that. Darn it, I have to run downstairs real quick. You can see my little sister of battle here. See her? There she is. She's watching. Ghostly apparition. Keep her down in the corner there. it is just the fingers of my left hand. They lock up, and I have to pry them open, wait 15 minutes for them to settle. Very frustrating. Damn. Yeah, that's brutal. James has something similar. I don't know. He goes through pain. I don't know if they lock up on him. He gets a lot of pain, especially when working with putting the models together and cleaning them. Like he said to me, that's like the biggest chore of the whole process. I imagine it is for you too. Maybe the painting is a little easier. I would imagine. Maybe. I don't know. You know what you need? Get one of those little clamp arms that you attach to the table. You can move it around, it articulates and stuff, and it's a clamp. That way you can just put the figure on the clamp and spin it, and just paint with one hand. And then spin it, so you're not always holding the frickin' thing in this locked position for lengths of time. That would come in really handy. James, Ian. Damn, I think I should have one too. Isometric and grayscale. I posted in your Discord general discussion idea to get in more online drawing than realistic. Yeah, did you just post that? Because I'll take a look now. I've seen some of your posts though. Give me 1 second. I gotta run outside for a second, as I always have to do in my streams for some reason. But I'll be right back. Ian, keep the crowd in control. Let's not get crazy here. Never give Ian any power at all. I shouldn't do that. I don't know why I pick him. He's the wild one of the bunch. You're all wild. Be right back. I'll be 39 in a few days. Definitely overdid it. Whew. Every 50 minutes. Badges. We adapt. We adapt. I get really bad fatigue, sorry. I get really bad fatigue from doing any fine stuff with my hands. The old work injuries show themselves, says James. Part of the joys of getting old, I guess, says Ian. James says, 39. Read that. You are still shining yellow. James, I turned 70 in a couple months. Wow.
Oh, my.
Yeah. Ian's been around the block. Wisdom. We need to cherish our elders. I think Ian is one of those elders in our community. Close to it.
Good people, though.
Yes. Need to be revered for their wisdom. For sure. What is that? Is that one of these guys? Yeah, it is. Hanging out here. I left some kind of mark on my laptop here. They look like burns from the super glue.
Everything good?
From the super glue. Onto my leg here, I mean a big blob of it, like 6 inches in diameter. It was just covering me. And I could smell it. It was burning. And I looked down on my legs here, and it was actually smoldering. And boy, did it stink. It was melting, but just putting huge holes in my sweatpants. So I ran out of here, stripped my clothes off, tore them off me. Yeah, it burned holes in me. Freaking super glue, man.
That ain't good. Did it do any damage, or?
Nah, my skin was fine.
Lucked out there.
Yeah, but it burned up my leg. It burned up my clothes. Crazy. Melted them. Almost melted them to my body. Yeah, that's sweatpants for you.
I normally just wear my blue jeans bulk of the time.
Yeah. I don't feel old, says James. My foot in the other dimension is still puckish. Revere Ian for getting you into the Great British treats. Did Fritz burn his ween? No, I didn't. That was okay. I did do that years before, though, playing ice hockey.
Oh, my.
Don't ask me how that happened.
Fritz, you know what I'm going to ask.
Oh, I see a fly hanging out on the window. Let's get rid of
Get him,
him.
Fritz. Get him.
Bitch.
Whoop that ass.
Life on the farm.
Yes, sir. I'll be right back. I lost you on camera.
Carmelo koalas heal all. I'll tell you what. I haven't had that chocolate orange yet. Hinted. But I've had some of that Australian chocolate, and I'm telling you, whew, so good. So good. So different. A strong chocolate. Your chocolate is strong, James. In a good way. It's really good. Those little koalas. Oh, man, they're so good. I made the bag last 2 or 3 days. Because I was going to save a couple for Jake and Jesse. I totally forgot to give them some. So I Out of frustration, I ate the last two. They were here too.
Oh.
I totally forgot. They're really good. He sent some licorice recently too. Yeah, some. I don't know what the name of it. I think it was just called Australian licorice. And they were mixed flavors, fruit flavors. No licorice proper, but they're different fruit flavors, and they were really good. Best licorice you can get, man.
Yeah, some of that other licorice, like if you get away from like these big American brands of stuff, the stuff is so much better.
I was just downstairs bringing in some groceries real quick, and I was thinking all that time about that chocolate orange Ian has in the fridge for me. I was debating.
my.
I was debating whether I was going to mention it or not in the stream because it's been months. He's got it well preserved in the back of his fridge. I wasn't sure I was going to mention it, but I did. He's going to have to get a new one now. I'll still eat it. Sell that. Send that along too. I'll eat them both. I'll compare them. See if they age well. Ah. Our confections are indeed grand. They are. They really are. Every time I hook into some of that Australian chocolate, I think, boy, I got to move down to Australia. I could live there the rest of my life. Just sitting there eating Carmelo koalas.
Having a cold one while you're watching the Barbie.
Yeah. I posted one with water, but I think the water will need to be much lighter for grayscale. Lauren's talking about some maps he's working on. I'm going to look at them in a second. I have to go down and get my coffee here in a minute. That chocolate orange is probably 2 standard drinks by now. 2 standard drinks by now. Like a nip of port. Maybe. He got that a long time ago. Man, it hasn't been a year, has it? I think it's going to be close to it once winter hits. Yeah, he's good enough to buy one for me and have it sent along, but he never got around to it. But it's there, tucked away in the back. Well preserved. That's okay. There's a time and a place for everything. Hasn't been the time for the chocolate orange yet, that's all. Whoops. Well, I don't want to do this yet. I want to get my coffee.
Okay, go get your coffee. We'll be here.
Ian says we make great chocolate over here, not like the rubbish Hershey garbage. Yeah. It's true. I got a UK gift box. James sent along. It was all kinds of stuff from the UK. I think I talked about this before. The chips, the crisps were so good, so better than here in America. They were thick and hearty, you know? Really enjoyed those. And there was all the little cookies, or they don't call them cookies. I forget what they call them. Biscuits. They were real good too. Yeah, it's like, it makes you think, what are we eating over here in the United States? It's like all synthetic garbage. Honestly. It really is. With all these crazy preservatives and chemicals, you know. But I think over there in the UK, Australia, they put more of those tasty ingredients in there. They're not worried about health and all that. They make things good.
Yeah, got some flavor to it.
Yeah, they go out and milk the actual cows. They don't make it up in a lab.
No, and then it's mass produced over there. Everything. A lot of it's still handmade.
Of course, they did have mad cow. Let's not forget that time. They did have the old mad cow disease. I'll be right back.
Go ahead. Go ahead. We'll be here. So what's you getting into, James? Maybe in the U.S. there are more additives for shelf life, whereas here the supply chain is less extended. Here, that might be it. I mean, I've had quite a few friends that were uh, not here in America, and they were telling me about stuff that was just, things are just so much different than what we have here. Things are better. Things are in many ways healthier. Exactly, James. Real sugar, butter, milk, absolutely. All of those things are better for you than half the crap that comes out of a laboratory these days. That's exactly right as well, Arn. Oh, yeah, like if you can find yourself a good, fresh supermarket, oh, you have found such a treat. Such a treat. Welcome back.
Thanks, Kyle.
Stuff with bananas and yogurt, yeah. Yeah, I can see why you would. And it's just, half the stuff that comes out of here is just, quite frankly, garbage. And
Yeah, a lot of preservatives over here.
yeah, yeah.
I still got some marmalade James sent me. Or no, though that was from that gift box, that UK gift box. There's some marmalade in there. There was two of them. I think one was strawberry. I ate that down like a maniac. It was awesome. And then there was another one. I think it's apricot. It's still in the back of my fridge. I'm gonna try that. I forgot about it. Yeah, it's guaranteed to be good. Better than anything over here. Unless it's homemade off the farm. It's full of garbage. Actually banned in the US. Of course it is. Of course it is. They keep us chemically induced over here, I'm telling you.
Exactly. Oh yeah, I mean it's just yeah.
English cooking is the best. Says John. How you doing, John? I don't see Karma.
I haven't messaged her.
Wonder if she's doing okay or what? Something's got her preoccupied the last few days.
Yeah, she DM'd me last night about 9 o'clock saying, "Hey, I just passed out." I'm like, okay.
Yeah?
She said I was sound asleep. I'm like, okay, well, good to know you're alive.
Yeah, we're all missing her here. She's a highlight. Boy, that's a lot of flash on this freaking banner.
Flash or panache?
I wonder if that's actually flash. Maybe it's not. I don't know what the hell that is. Could be ribbons. I gotta cut it off. When in doubt, do without, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna take that right off there. What the heck was that? Cat's sneaking up on me. Schnitzel.
Oh my.
Check that link out there. John put in there. Tastes better from scratch.com. Sausage, gravy, and biscuits.
Ooh. And the corn cake type thing with the creamy sauce, that trad kind, yes, I always wanted to try that, said James. John says cornbread is good.
Yeah, it is. Cornbread. Do you like cornbread?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, it's good. It's really good. Been a while for me. Easy enough to make. Out of the box, anyway.
Oh, yeah, that's kind of how we do it, but we add a little bit more milk to it.
Yeah.
Makes it just a little bit more creamy.
Ian's a good cook. He loves to cook. I'm sure he could come up with all kinds of recipes from over there in the UK.
I bet. Absolutely.
I think all of us in here are good cooks. We can all cook.
Make a mean calzone.
You do?
Oh, yes.
Awesome. Calzone, huh?
Yes, sir. And I dabble in some other things.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. I know Iron Man's, he's a cook. Cooks his own grub. I do. Ian does. James does. Yeah. Skills a man should have.
Absolutely. Amen.
Because women sure as hell don't. They gave up on that skill set a long time ago.
They don't even teach it in school anymore.
No. Neither of my sisters are good cooks, but my mom, boy, she was a cook and a baker and everything in between.
So with my grandmother,
My old man he could cook for himself. It was very simple stuff, but yeah, he'd rough it. He knows how to do it. I was a good cook. My brother was a good cook. Jesse's a fantastic cook. Man, he's always coming up with weird recipes for stuff. Man food, like burgers and steaks. But he comes up with all kinds of sauces and barbecue sauces. Yeah, he loves it. But all my sisters, ugh. It's just not the same. I think every girlfriend I had in my life, none of them could cook. Well, at least not the cuisine I'm used to. Yeah, what's going on here? Something's wrong, Kyle. Something's wrong.
very wrong. I mean, I've dated a few ladies that could cook, but they didn't really do it.
Oh, they're out there. For sure, but they're getting fewer and far between.
I ain't found one yet.
Yeah.
No, I ain't found one yet.
Bunch of dudes sitting around sharing recipes. What?
Nothing wrong with that. I can, sew stuff. I can,
Oh, yeah.
I don't hide that. Like I can cook. I can sew.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Basic essential skills. Teach you that.
Yep.
Teach you that in the military.
Yep. And yeah, I mean, it's just, skills that I think should be taught, but they're not being taught.
No. Home ec class.
Yeah, like it used to be that was like a requirement, and now yeah.
Yeah, I remember it. I had it. That was back in the 80s. They taught us how to sew, with sewing machines and with hand and thimble. They taught us how to cook, with recipes and ingredients. Home ec class.
Yep.
Even I learned that in school. I remember making duffel bags. Yeah. I guess they don't do that no more, huh?
Not that I've seen.
Huh. Wow. What the hell's going on here?
I don't know, but I don't like it.
Okay, the flag's done.
I mean, they're not teaching these kids the basic essentials to do anything with.
Let's read the chat. No, they don't. Crumpets. Tastes better. Is the cornbread is good, says John. When serving out in the Far East, says Ian, U.S. Navy ships visiting Singapore or Hong Kong, the crew would request to come aboard to visit our NAAFI equivalent to your PX. They cleared out our candy and chocolates. I bet they did. Interesting, Ian. They usually just stock up on our women.
Yeah.
John says, I like crumpets with a good jam. That is English, after all. The 1940s, says James, Aussies said the GIs here were oversexed, overpaid, and over here. Period. Ian says, crumpets with butter, please. Scones with jam and cream. I agree. Oh, I'm a shitty cook, says John. Up, John. I suppose your wife could cook? I hope. John's the exception. We'll cook for you, John. Don't worry, we got you. I'm frozen again on screen. We'll keep that. Looks good. It's a nice back picture. James says, we'll probably make hot dogs tonight as I already have given up on self-improvement. My wife is the cook, says John. Oh, not my grandmother's. Bad sales advertisement. Just like grandmother used to make. No thanks, says John. Ian says, I can cook good old-fashioned English cuisine, but do enjoy creating Italian and Indian type meals. Ugh. Italian, yes. Indian? James says, some people consider not knowing things virtuous. I take a dim view of this. My wife's specialty is Indian food. I hate Indian food, says John Longshore. I could never get into it. I tried. The combination of the smell, it's just not my taste. I just can't do it. India. I learned these things via trial and error, says James, and wide reading. John says it's good for men to cook. It's good. Hold on, I gotta sneeze.
Bless you.
Thank you. It's good men can cook. Sizing up a woman by the size of her fry pan. That is so 19th century, says John. And James says when you have $40 equals $60 a week to spend on groceries. $40 to $60 a week to spend on groceries. You learn to be inventive. Boy, you got that right. I've been living on $20 to $30 a week the past month. I got to try and break that habit because that makes it rough. I end up spending more buying groceries a couple times a week. Yeah.
It's kind of one of those old adages, you make something out of nothing.
Yeah, goulash. Mix it all together in a bowl. There's dinner. This guy's done. My cats eat good. I always make sure they got plenty of food. Right, Walter? Only the best. Only the best.
There you go.
Huh. I don't know what this is. Oh. Huh.
John says, I'm happy when my wife ignores me.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what would you do without her, John?
Probably have a life and live it. The realities of marriage in the 21st century, or 20th century even.
Yeah. Yeah.
Of course, who am I to talk? I think this... Got to move his arm down a little bit.
What, you got an arm out of place?
No. Just want to move it. Looks better. Okay, let's Let's try gluing that in there. Yep. Come on. When were you born, Kyle? If you don't mind me
90
asking. When?
May 2nd, 1994.
94. Okay. Do you remember 9/11?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I was in 5th grade, and they brought in, you remember the old TVs that were on the rollies? Those big honking things?
Yep.
And I remember they brought that in the room and plugged it in, and we were watching it live.
What is it, 20 years ago? 21 years or so now that happened?
11, 2001, so it's been 20, 22 years.
Yeah, I'm not shocked, but it's kind of sad. You don't see people talking about it much, like on Facebook or things. You don't see as much posts. There always used to be a lot. I was watching videos today, in fact. Not conspiracy stuff, but actual newscasts live as it occurred. And, man, it's still as shocking now as it was. I can remember I was in bed, got up early in the morning, as I do, and I usually turned on the TV, watched the news, about 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning. That's what I did every day. Jesse got up and went to work. I'd usually get up and do my thing. And I remember I turned on the TV, and I remember I turned it on when they were just looking at the first tower that was hit, and it was, they didn't know what happened.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm intrigued, and I'm watching this like, what the heck is going on? And I actually saw the plane hit the second one live right there. So I was
So did I.
right there seeing that happen. Never forgot it. And looking at it now, 20 plus years later, it's like, man, it hits just as hard as it did when I first saw that. Unbelievable.
Yeah, like I remember, like I still have that picture in my head. When we, and all the dust that was kicked up and stuff, I remember all of that. They frowned on it. They said that us kids shouldn't have been watching it, but this was national, global news.
I was watching today, and it got to the part where the first tower went down, which was actually the second one to be hit. When it collapsed, and the news station I was watching, I don't think anybody knew what happened. It was just this big cloud that they thought it was another explosion. It was actually the collapse of the first tower. Later on, they discovered, oh my gosh, it collapsed. The second one that went down and collapsed, that one you can see. And you could just see it crumbling. It's just unreal.
Yeah.
Man, how could we ever forget?
Yeah. How can you just move on after that? I still remember it. I still remember it well. I can even tell you what I was wearing. I was wearing short sleeve shirt and blue jeans, and I had my fancy belt buckle on, and I was thinking I was high tech for a minute there, and yeah, we.
one of those things you just never forget, like the Kennedy assassination and all that. It's one of those huge freaking events in life.
Yep, that only happens once. Ian says, I had just returned home from work on 9/11. It was late afternoon here, and my wife said the Twin Towers had fallen. I didn't believe it. And I knew a finance guy whose college colleague lost her fiance in that building. He said her tears soaked his suit jacket, and he never wore it again.
Wow.
I don't blame him. I wouldn't have tied it on either after that. And Iron Man said, did you ever see the videos of the people jumping and crashing into the glass ceiling of the lobby? No, I didn't.
Saw people jumping off the towers. You could see them jumping off out of the windows or wherever. Just falling to their death. Cripes. Were you ever there, Kyle? New York City?
No, I've never been.
Twin Towers? I was there. One time I was at the Twin Towers, went into the place. Just amazing. They got a big plaza out front where people would play, you know, busking and all that. Play music and sing. And they had a big mall underneath in the basement. Subway ran through it. Yeah, I was there. Late 90s. Little did we know.
Yeah, and in 10 years it would go away. James says, personally, I remember hearing something on the radio really early in the day, and I thought China had attacked the U.S. That'd have been the worst mistake they ever made. Ian says, they made the ultimate choice, burn or jump. I think I would have taken the latter option. I would have. Burning up's a hell of a way to go.
Yeah.
James said, but at school, yeah, James did. Arman says, I have been to New York year before the tower came, so I only saw the city. Right. A rough day. That's for sure.
Yeah, so I was watching that today.
That one was definitely a rough one.
Da, da, da. Let's put this over here in this hand. Oh, it's a head. He's holding the guy's head. Wow.
Oh my.
Looks like a dwarf head. It does too. Does that look right? Looks like he's swinging it. I don't like it like that. Let's turn it this way. He's got a mace in his hand.
Uh-oh.
Maybe that's why it didn't fit. Let me tear that mace off and tear the axe off this guy, because I think I got him backwards. That would explain why it was so tough going on. I bet you.
Yeah, that would explain.
Because it didn't really fit proper, and I was sure it was going to fall off, so let's swap them out. Maybe we'll get a better fit. Put the axe in the guy holding the head's hand. 11th grade. I was out of school. I think Jesse was out of school.
Okay.
Cripes, how old was I? Wow. I was long out of school, actually.
Oh my.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, so was Jesse. He was working at a garden center, I believe. Learning his trade. Oops, somebody popped in.
Hello?
Karma!
How's it going?
How you doing?
Pretty good. Just quickly eating some food. And then planning on getting some work done.
Ben, Fritz is working. I'm just chilling.
Mm-hmm.
You worked all day. You're done.
I've been at it since... What time did I clock in today? 5:30? And still worked over a half hour.
On the day after 9/11, says Ian, the Queen ordered the guards to play the Star-Spangled Banner for all the U.S. tourists outside Buckingham Palace. You can find it on YouTube. I think I remember that.
Everybody came together on that one.
Yeah, that was a crock of shite if ever there was. It brought the whole world together.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And into a war that lasted 20 years.
Anyway, what you gonna work on tonight, Karma? Did you get your coffee?
Well, I can put it up on the screen.
Please do.
I'm just not working on it yet.
Working on that Celestial.
Yeah.
There you go. Told you.
I'll get that up on the screen in a minute here. Let me get this glued.
She's doing awesome with it, Fritz. She really is.
Well, it's her job now. It's her business. Not her job, but her business. It's her passion.
That's true.
So it's not a job. It's her business. There we go. Okay, let's put this up on the screen and we'll all enjoy Karma's business. Which one is it? I don't see it. Is it this? Yeah, it's this. Let's bring up her stream. There we go. Oh, wow. Okay. Let me make this a little smaller so we could just see her work. Let's get all this other nonsense off the screen. Make it a little bigger. I think you guys want to see her work. I'm just cleaning models, not very interesting. Right there.
Oh, but we're having a good conversation, though, so it's always worth it.
Yeah, that's beautiful work, Karma. That's looking really good. Look at those
Thank you.
feathers. So, for those Sisters of Battle, it's only one order that actually has the white hair, and that's the Order of Our Martyred Lady. And the reason why their hair is white, I believe it has something to do with the original 6 Sisters of Battle back during the age of the apostasy, who actually went into the chamber where the Emperor was being held, or contained, his body anyway. He was long dead, but not dead, you could say. And it was the Golden Boys that had access to him. They're the only ones that have access to the Emperor of mankind. And at the time, the Sisters of Battle were bodyguards of, I can't think of his name, but he was basically the guy in charge of the empire, the Imperium. And he was corrupt. And he had tricked the Sisters of Battle. But thanks to the efforts of the Golden Boys, the Custodes, who were attacking the palace of this leader, there was a civil war during the age of apostasy. So Space Marines and everything were fighting against the Sisters of Battle and everything else, all of his loyal forces. There was a big conflict, and it was bloody and brutal. And the Sisters of Battle were tough nuts to crack. So the Custodes decided, let's go in there and try and parlay, specifically with the Sisters of Battle. They were the bodyguards, after all. They did so, and after some hard convincing, laying their weapons down, the Custodes said, "Follow us, and we'll take you to the Emperor." 6 sisters, superior, went with the Custodes. And no one knows what they saw in that chamber or what was said in the presence of the Emperor of mankind. But when they left the chamber, their hair was turned white. So in remembrance, it's a tradition now of this particular order to dye your hair white. So that's why you see the Order of Our Martyred Lady with the white hair. They're really the only order to do that. So
That's really cool.
Yeah, that is pretty cool.
that's the backstory with that. James says, "Well done, Karma."
Thank you.
James says, "Our Lady of Perpetual Bleaching." To
I
propose
thought that was only a gnome thing.
peroxide pulgists. Make it bigger. You want it bigger? Ian enjoys your works. Let me see if I could make it a little bigger. Roop.
Let me just put my dishes in the sink really quick, and then I can set up to do some arms and legs. Oh, and I gotta finish the wing, the color of the wing. That won't take me long.
A full body.
Oh yes, they
I
wanted a full body.
I'm excited.
Uh,
I've been piecing it together like little bit by little bit. I know that's not how everybody likes to do it, but for me, it just kind of makes sense to just kind of like make a layer for each part of it.
take your time. That's all that anybody can ever ask. Take your time, and it'll come out perfect. Am I right, Fritz, or wrong?
You're right.
I'll be right back.
Yo, bitches, I'ma do your weave. says James. Oh man. Let's make it a little bigger. How big can we go? Ba-dum-ba-dum-bum-ba.
I
Let me
could say something, but this is a PG-13 chat. So.
let me put our pictures at the bottom so we can all see who's in the chat with me. Don't worry, Kyle. I'm not going to let you do that. Don't worry.
I know you won't.
I'm in charge here. I think Karma forgot to mute her mic. Let me mute her. Bink. Oh, she's muted now. She has a habit of forgetting to mute her mic.
She does. Yes, she does. I've been looking at it. Been hitting the books.
You've been hitting a box spring.
On different tactics I can use just for me in these fights in the vault.
Battles in the vault. Yes,
And a
you
few
are.
of them are quite interesting. I don't know if I'll be able to do them, but they sound interesting.
I wonder if this.
And a few of them, Pathfinder doesn't have rules for, so I'm trying to steer away from those. There was one that I was looking at. Said a good tactic was to disarm the enemy and then use their own weapon against them. I don't really know how that would work mechanically in Pathfinder. I don't think we've ever done this.
No, not often. That picture could be a sister of battle.
Very close to it, isn't it?
Yeah. Is this a commission, did she say?
I believe so.
Yeah, good. I hope it really works out for her, because if she puts the effort into it, it will definitely work out for her.
I've probably been preaching.
Oops. I think I'm only going to do 6 models tonight. It's already 6 p.m. Yeah. But I am gonna spackle those other 10, and I'm gonna get these finished. So I'll have 1, 2, 3, 6 plus a banner, so 7, and the spackling will be done. So yeah, I'm gonna do that. So that should be enough. I want to get 10 done today, but this flag is a bit much.
Fritz don't like the flag.
It's too big. It's solid metal. I mean, this is something you'd probably want to pin.
Now, can you modify like the flags, or are they just hard set?
It's metal. Can't do anything with it.
And so all you can do is set it and hope for the best.
Well, there's little holes and nodules and things to hook them together, but I don't know. That's touch and go. Super glue is great, but it's not that great.
You need like a steel adhesive or something.
Well, you need to pin it. I talked about pinning with you before.
Yes, sir. Remember it? What?
I don't like pinning. It's a lot of extra work. But this is what you end up doing with all models or all metal miniatures, sometimes you need to pin them. Or plastic and metal models.
Right.
Sometimes you gotta. I mean, if the model was all plastic, you wouldn't have to pin it. But when you're dealing with all metal or metal and plastic, yeah, you usually gotta pin pieces that are just too heavy. There's not a lot of surface to apply the glue to. They might pop off if it falls or something, you know. So it's a lot of silliness.
A lot of effort for such a little game.
Yeah, kind of. These would be great figures for you, Kyle, to use in your Rangers of Shadow Deep. A bunch of these pig-faced orcs, they'd be perfect. Get yourself like 2 packs. I think that's like 6 figures, so you'd have enough to play. It's more than enough orcs, I think, for that game.
Oh yeah, orcs are pretty beefy. Oh, I miss Rangers of Shadow Deep.
I'm telling you, it's a gateway to miniatures gaming. Screw the computer stuff. Get yourself some models and play some games with your own terrain. You'll love it. You'll absolutely fall in love with the hobby.
Yeah, but now I'm just on the save train because of taxes. So once I get stuff saved back up, I'll be looking into them for sure. Kind of the nice thing about this job, it's kind of easy to save.
Yeah, that's true. I'm going to send you some stuff too. I mean, I got to be 3D printing pretty soon. I got a lot of extra stuff I don't want. I'll send you some stuff. You're only in West Virginia, so it's not far. It's not expensive.
Figure out the postage and all.
I'll take care of the postage. Don't worry. I got you for that. Oh, I see movement.
Uh-oh. Farmers are moving. He's moving rather aggressively. I see a pen going a million miles a minute.
Hiya.
So which parts are you working on tonight?
PVA plus CA equals unholy bond. CA glue. Brush some PVA over the join. I gotta take James' advice because he's never done me wrong. All that snack talk. Sisters of Bottle. Referred to by other orders derisively as Sisters of Bottle. Heresy. Karma's very talented, says James.
You've been preaching that to her, James. Join the fan club.
You know, she's got her fans.
I told you, we got you, Carm.
This will be a challenge for her. She's doing a whole body this time. She's pretty good. Though, from what I've seen, you know, the other parts of the body, the legs and the musculature and the fingers are always an important thing. She's got that down pat. Faces, she's really good. Especially eyes. The nose work, not bad with the noses. But the eyes are really well done. That's I think her forte. Yeah, the structure of the face overall is good. But yeah, now we get to see a full body. I've seen a few already, so this will be interesting. This is looking good so far. The challenges. she there?
Yeah.
I don't hear her.
Hi there. I can hear you.
Oh, that's
I
right.
can hear you.
Maybe I have to unmute her. I thought maybe she could do it. Blink. There, Karma?
Hello.
There she
Yeah.
is. There she is. I had you
Unmuted.
muted,
Gotcha.
you know, in case you forgot or something, you know.
Yeah, I just thank you. I really appreciate the kind words. This one's gonna be a challenge, that's for sure.
But you got this.
Thanks, Ian, for reminding me. I got a lot of little extra Ziploc bags. Great for war gamers, board gamers, I should say. Use them to store little counters. Never have enough little Ziplocs. I just got 2 weapons to glue on. No, 3. Oh, wait a minute. That's a banner that goes in that hand. So 2 weapons. That's all. Grug like full body.
What kind of weapons are the orcs using? Are they using a various different mix of weapons, or are they all using one?
Maces, swords, axes. That's what these guys got. The other batch, there's some bows in there, if I remember correctly. Got a couple shamans. PVA glue auto cures CA like many others. Can make a strong join where pinning might be difficult. Interesting. Okay, James. I believe you on that. I've never tried it. Actually, I have. As an accelerant. To some other glue that I have. Super glue. Well, she ruined it. She drew a random... Oh, look at that. Terrible. What is that? What is she going to do here? I see. She selected it so she could move that layer. The wing.
Yep.
Sorry, I was unmuted and you had asked and I was very, very focused. Yeah, I misaligned one of my layers somehow and now I'm trying to put it back where it was supposed to be and I think I'm really close.
Orcs love whippets. Whip it good. Do 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 do. Classic. It's the Clash Man. You ever listen to the Clash? Not the Cars. Clash.
Can't say that I have.
The Clash. The Clash. Who was another one? Not the Whippet song. I'm thinking of somebody else. The Clash, the Cars. What am I looking
No.
for?
Something I gotta say before is a nice computer chair.
Oh, I gotta get the screen back up again. Why is that not showing? Wait a minute. Everybody will get mad at me if Karma's screen disappears. I can't do anything on my computer. Let me see if I can go back to this real quick. Is it still showing? Yeah, it is. What was I looking for? Chicka 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 cha. Oh, it disappeared again. Why did it do that? It's back.
Green is?
Every time I go off the screen on Discord, it's back now.
That's odd. Doesn't make any sense.
Caramel sure beats gum leaves. I saw Devo. Devo's the other band that does the whip song. Dee 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 dee. Bra, bra. Flock of seagulls. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. They call me Caramello. Carmamello. Koala. They call me Karma Mellow. Koala.
Oh my.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Wow, wow, wow. They call me Karma Mellow. Quite rightly. Remember that song? Can't think of the guy that sang that. This is all stuff before my time.
I don't remember that song.
All
I
my-
know what caramellos are though.
Yeah,
Dang.
that's you.
Candy, right?
Yeah, it's you.
Oh.
Karma Mellow. Karma Mellow. Yeah. Right, Kyle?
I fully support that.
Oh, let's read the chat.
What?
Just get Karma back on the screen, damn it, says Ian. Stop buggering about with your computer. Haven't you got some bloody orcs to work on? That's Ian for you. Renaissance man he is. He's appreciating art. That's what he is. Donovan, that's it, Doug. Mellow Yellow. Donovan. I was like, what the hell? Who the hell are you talking about? Donovan.
Exactly. What the hell is going on here?
These are bands before my time, back in the 60s and 70s. My siblings are all hippies, so I grew up with the music.
I gotcha. I don't quite listen that far back.
Yeah, I like throwing you off.
You definitely succeeded.
Johnny and the Hurricanes! Man, that's going way back. We're just getting further and further away from reality here.
Hey, sometimes on days like these, reality check is needed.
Carmamelo. James come up with that.
Yeah, that sounds like something James would do.
Oh, look at the
But the
depth.
real question,
Look at the depth in the wing detail there. That's pretty nice shading going on. You can see each little feather.
I told you he's doing awesome.
Well, she's a professional. What do you expect? This is her business. Her passion. Herman's Halflings. Yeah, what's the name of that band? Herman something. Herman's... Remember some band. Herman something. Herman's... The Rolling Stone Golems. Golems. The Rolling Stone Golems. These are good band names for our campaign. After all, the companions are the band for that tavern there.
They are
Yes,
good.
we are.
Yeah, they played up some music.
Never would have thought that it would have gone that way. I would have been sure that we would have been in combat.
Herman's Hermits.
Somebody
Go ahead, Kyle.
just really wasn't prepared. We were all trying to do things. We were all trying to do things different, like everybody was trying to perform. And I'm just like, okay, this is going to end very, very badly. And to my great shock, it did. I actually loved it. So,
Herman,
yeah.
Herman's Hermits. That's the name of that band. Herman's Hermits. Imagine a band named Herman's Hermits. Herman's Hermits.
Herman's Hermits. That's interesting.
Yeah, they were all the rage. Elvish Presley. That's a good one, James. Well, Elvis Presley is in the house.
Yeah, from the original group of companions, they are the tavern band. And how that came about was we were going through and trying to discern stuff, and this band challenged us to a competition. And we were all trying to figure out what we were going to do. I think Sheffy made a grand illusion of the little drider, made himself into a little drider, which was very convincing to them. Not so to the actual drider herself. She was not impressed, I don't figure. But I remember Eric did some acrobatic thing. What did Rachel do? She was on the sea.
Did she do some stand-up?
Yeah, she told jokes.
She did too. She role-played it.
And then I put like 3 ghouls on a table and just started deadlifting them.
That was the individual challenge, though. At the end, you all had to perform together as a band.
Oh yes, that was the rough one.
That's incredible.
What's even more incredible was I was bracing that entire time for a fight. I was ready for it. I was prepared. I was in my head. All right, which one's going down first? I'm gonna hammer the strider literally into submission, and then I'll work out from there. And I'm running through like all these possibilities. All right, if this strider picks me off, what are we gonna do? You know, we can only fall back to the stage. That was the only real thing that I could think of doing was just have everybody fall back to the stage and we'll duke it out. And yeah, like I'm running through all this stuff in my head, and Fritz was like, "Oh, well, they seem to rather like you." And then we did the battle. Fritz was like, "Yeah, the people seem to like you guys even better." So they're going, "All right, so no combat." That was a sigh of relief because there was like 7 of them plus a driver. That was doable, but sucked. They definitely missed a good one there. Definitely missed a good one.
Get some of that white glue here and put that on there. Little PVA. Like as advised by James. Gonna do that, James. Gonna mix a little PVA in there with the soup.
And then what? You just spread it on and it'll cure.
Well, it'll strengthen the bond, I guess. I had a super glue, which on its own, it doesn't bond. I mean, it's like putting water on the surface. It just wouldn't bond. I could sit there for 5 minutes holding it. This is super glue, but I didn't know what it was because there was no label on the container. It fell off, but it was some kind of super glue. So obviously it needed some kind of accelerant added to it. It's one of those kind of glues, one of those real slow ones. So I guess what you can do is you can add PVA glue to it lightly, and that activates it, which it did. It worked perfectly. So yeah, James solved that little dilemma I had. Now he's saying, always go ahead and put a little PVA even with your super glue, normal super glue. It'll strengthen the bond. So I'm going to do that with this guy's hand holding the axe, because they're not perfect fits, unfortunately. These could easily be knocked off during a game or something if you're not careful. Little tricks
that would
of the
need a little
trade.
bit of reinforcement.
Yeah, little tricks of the trade.
Well done, James. Good suggestion.
See, I don't know everything.
Don't let him lie to you like that. He knows a great deal.
I'm always learning, though.
Yeah, that's part of the fun.
This guy gets a mace. This don't seem to fit either. Oh, he's a totally different guy. No, he isn't. What's the matter with you? Gotta bend his arm down a little bit. Of course, you guys can't see what I'm doing. That's okay.
Ian says, "Well, guys and gals, it's almost 11:30 p.m. here, and this old git is off to bed. I'll catch up with Karma's artwork tomorrow, assuming you aren't buggering about with your laptop." Oh my! Good night, Ian.
Okay, Ian, I'll see you, man. Have a good sleep, and I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be back in the stream, same usual time for our nonsense. Ian Long, everybody. Ian Long, the Diomede. F-16. Here you go. There, that looks cool. Let them dry.
My Fritz, she's putting the legs on.
Yeah. How do you switch between the colors so quickly?
Right now I'm using the blend tool, which basically blends or feathers out the color. If I were to like add water to a watercolor brush, it kind of gives that effect.
Huh.
And it smudges the color around, but it goes from dark to being more of a pale color.
The more you go over it?
Yep, and you have to use a very careful touch the way at least my settings are, otherwise it goes to like a lot, like a lot.
Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. How that works.
She's getting after it.
Do you ever wonder how they did this kind of stuff, Kyle? This digital art?
Over the years, I have definitely Karma's mind about that. Oh, we've had many a conversation on many a night, or be going sideways, and people making choices. I would hang out with Karma while she was wrong, and yeah, explain it a little bit, and ask me what my opinion of it. Of course, I'm no art aficionado or nothing like that, so kind of a bit out of my depth, But she's like, just tell me if it looks good or if it doesn't. I'm like, okay, well, I think that personally looks good. Maybe put a touch more here, and that's kind of how I started, talking with each other, really. Over the artwork, like I wasn't brand new for her head. She was brand new. We were both like, all right, what the hell do we do now? And yeah, we just chewed the fat about the story, and she breeze about artwork. We did a lot of that.
Okay, I'm gonna get this spackle now.
Back in the day.
Right.
I got triggered today, Fritz. I got triggered.
Did you?
I had one of these little college snots call me old. I lost my marbles.
Old, huh?
Yeah, called me old. I'm like, the fuck you say? Old, huh?
How do you get the paint in the computer? Asked James. That's a good question.
Magic.
Painstaking, very precision-based process.
Mm-hmm. Let's do some spackling, shall we?
Requires a lot of magic and a lot of gnomes. I mean,
There's magic powers involved, yes.
yeah, that's like a 20th level spell right there. Fritz is making us factful.
With a butter knife.
Yeah, a little bit.
So, what I would like to do in the coming weeks and days is I'd like to spend some time. Kyle, you already got a taste of it last night. Playing some old school D&D, basic.
Hmm.
The way I played for the very first time. We already rolled up a character for Kyle.
And it was really simple.
Buy the book. Buy the book. 3d6 down the pipe. Down the line. And what we'll do,
Once I got terrible rolls.
we're gonna roll up some characters. One each. Whoever wants to play is welcome to play. We're going to play here live in the stream as time permits. Not today. Well, we might work on a character maybe a little bit more with Kyle. And I'm going to buy the rules. I'm going to generate some dungeons, create little adventures, and we're going to improv. We're going to play right here live in the stream. No use of no foundry, nothing like that. We're going to go theater of the mind, just like we rolled back in the day. Only the GM has the maps and stuff. We're going to see how it goes. And Kyle, you're going to have a chance to see what it's like to play D&D Basic. 1981, brother. 1981.
Excited. And also, we don't really do a whole lot of theater of the mind, and I like theater of the mind. It's very awesome.
So that's something I'm going to do in the streams here with you guys. Because it's so easy to do. Why not? James says, let me fix my sleep and I'm in. Sure. No problem, James. I'm assuming you're going to take part anyway. But yeah, no rush, no requirements. It's just all about having a good time, have some fun. We'll see what mischief we can get into.
Murder, mayhem.
Why am I putting black paint in this? I don't know. Huh?
It's murder and mayhem, Fritz.
So if you've ever been curious about what it was like to play back in the day, and what started our hobby we enjoy today, including LARPing, including PC role-playing games, this is where it all started. This is how it all got created.
James says I will probably have a hockey stick and beanie.
Let me get my water.
No, James, I did not take my bifocals off. give him a piece of my mind, I heard as he was running down the hallway. Let's not catch him fast.
So what I do here to make texture for these bases, I'm going to use spackle. I'm going to mix a little black paint in to turn it into a gray. And of course I'm going to add a little bit of water so it's easier to, it's more fluid. And I'm going to add a little play sand to give it some texture.
Yeah, some grit.
Or grit. Grit's what you find on the bottom of a bird cage.
Mhm.
Play sand is much finer, but grit works. Play sand is the finest.
It's almost like a powder, isn't it?
Not quite, but it's there. Well, it's play sand. It's what you can get at like Lowe's or something to fill up the kids' sandbox.
Yeah, it's that really, really fine stuff.
Mm-hmm. Grit you can get from. Oh, it's what they put the bottoms of bird cages. Oftentimes it comes in sheets of paper. You just scratch it off the paper, and there's your grit.
Sure.
I think you could buy it in boxes too. Just the grit. But I'm going to put this on the bases under their little feet because I'm thinking I'm going to use like stones, like in caves or something. I want these bases to simulate. I'll put little rocks on here later. Right now I'm going to put this spackle over top of the base surface around their little toes. So it's not just a boring looking little base.
That's really cool. That you're able to like simulate such a theme with those.
With simple tools. Spackling. Who would have thunk? This is why I think you would enjoy this hobby. Because you can get very creative. You could build castles out of garbage. Literally. Boxes, tin cans, cereal boxes. Oh, you could be so creative, Kyle. You'd love it.
You know me, I think on my feet most of the time. Always trying to redneck my way through something.
It's blurry, but there it is. Bond. James Bond. Let's read some chat.
Chalk, sand, PVA paint, so strong it makes me wonder if it could scale up to people-sized construction.
Land-based. How do you get the paint in the computer? Boy, I went way back. Doug says, is that Photoshop? Yeah, it is, Doug.
Yep.
Do you wear bifocals, Kyle?
No, I don't wear glasses or contacts.
You will. Don't worry, it's coming.
Yeah, I know. Roads approaching.
Womblioid groundskeeper. Basic Bitches. Basic Bitches podcast number 1. Yeah, basic D&D, baby. caulk, sand, PVA, paint. So strong it makes me wonder if it could scale up to people-sized construction. People-sized construction.
James says, my brother lives near the beach, so he went to get some terrain down the street the other day. I wonder if people thought he was a park ranger collecting jars of sand. They may have, my brother, they may have.
Some reason that reminded me of the Captain and Tennille. Yes, the Captain and Tennille. Who remembers the Captain and Tennille? Love will keep us
Like me.
together. Dun, dun, dun. Anyone remember that stuff?
It's a negative. You'll have to enlighten me.
I just did. I'm not going to sing anymore. If you missed it, you'll have to watch the replay. They were a duo in the 70s, early 80s, disco age and all that. Captain and Tennille. He used to dress like the captain of a boat, like a yacht or something. Little blue jacket and cap. Captain's cap. And she was the singer. I think he played keyboards. But she sang to Neil. It's good. Again, before my time. Kind of.
Hey, nothing beats a classic, Fritz.
I wouldn't call it classic. Muskrat Love. There you go, Iron Man. Iron Man knows. He knows. So, what I really remember was when Jaws came out. I think it was in 77, 78. I never saw it when it first came out. I saw Star Wars, waited in lines and all that stuff, but Jaws came out like in around the same time, 77, I think. I don't know, but when I was just a little kid, and it was all the rage in school, just as much as Star Wars was and all that. And I remember my friend, my neighbor. We were like best friends growing up. I used to spend a lot of time down at his house. He had a little 45 vinyl, and it was Jaws. It was like a parody thing of Jaws, based on Jaws. And what it was, let me think here. It was all these famous songs, like the song I just sang there by the Captain and Tennille. KC and the Sunshine Band. That's the way, I like it, Yeah, KC and the Sunshine Band. What it was is Jaws was being interviewed by a guy. This is the famous Jaws. Let's have an interview with him. He's a star now. Let's ask him some questions. That kind of thing. And he'd ask him a question, and all his replies were in those songs. Certain parts of the song. So it was kind of funny, you know. I'm trying to think of one, but it was so long ago. But I remember these songs were in that recording. That's why I remember it the most, because it was funny to me back then. trying to think of an example, but yeah. So when James mentioned his brother being at the beach talking about collecting play sand, I thought of that Captain Tennille song for some reason. And Jaws. So yeah, I have a strange way of thinking.
Damn thing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with thinking outside the box.
I don't know if it has anything to do with a box. Yeah, I remember that. Up there goes Doug. See ya, losers. Slam. He's out of here.
Have a good one, Doug. Be careful. Be safe.
Muskrat love.
It says, I've never been to Ravenloft, but I've been to me.
But he's what? He's been to what?
I've been to me. I'm confused. James said, I've never been to Ravenloft, comma, but I've been to me. All right, James, enlighten me. During the occupational theme years in popular music.
James is a wild card.
Yeah, but he's our wild card. That's why we love him.
Okay, there's another one. Oh, these are
I've
gonna be
actually
nice.
never played Ravenloft setting either, James, so don't do that.
Wizards of the Coast killed it. They killed it.
Well, it's a good thing I didn't play.
Oh, they killed it. I don't want to get into it. If you want to play Ravenloft, play first, second edition Ravenloft. When it's actually scary. It has a feel for vampire stuff. I know it's popular today with the 5e version. A lot of people that play 5e play it to death, but ugh.
You know why I'm a Pathfinder, man.
Same thing with Dragonlance.
Now, Dragonlance, I'd love to try.
Not with 5e, trust me. Not Wizards of the Coast version. I mean, I'm sorry, it's just terrible. They don't do it justice. First and second edition would be the best, most accurate.
I meant the OG version of Dragonlance.
What's that?
The original, first,
Yeah.
second edition.
Yeah, first and second edition.
That would be fun.
Acronyms. You gamer nerds and your acronyms. Stop it.
What?
Acronyms.
So it's funny that you say that, because in my Magic the Gathering play group, we have a person who likes to come in and play with the rest of us, and he thinks it's hilarious to make up acronyms for things that don't actually, don't exist, that they have acronyms. So he'll just be like, instead of end the turn, right? He'll be like ETT as he passes the card around the table, you know what I mean, or combat phase. He'll say CF and he'll turn his card sideways. He's like, they don't have to have abbreviations. There's no need for that.
Yeah.
Stop.
Wow. He's intentionally messing with you, or is he?
Oh
is he
yeah,
just,
it's intentional. He's a troll.
Wow.
He's the best troll.
I think people do that to me all the time. They're always throwing acronyms at me. I don't know what the hell they're talking about. And it's something that, they tell me what it is, and it's like, that doesn't even make sense. Why would you have an acronym for that? Just silliness. Yeah.
Some people just like to make acronyms, I guess.
That would be like me making a bunch of acronyms for Pathfinder 2E, and then I present them to Fritz. I know the response. The first line of text is going to be "Why," followed by immediately "No."
Yeah. That's usually the answer I give. Nope. I was shooting you down.
I mean, think about the Revenant. It'd be nice.
Brother. It's not the campaign we're playing. One of these
but it would
days
be
I'll let you go
old school.
crazy and we'll play an undead campaign or something, or a evil campaign. Then you guys just have a heyday.
Oh no, you don't want to have me in an undead campaign, because I will be that guy that will roll up the only lawful good character and just maim everybody.
You and me both, buddy. As
James,
usual.
Yeah.
read what James said for me. Will you, Kyle?
Who came in, by the way?
I don't think I want to read that.
What do you say? I can't read it.
Right? You just need to
What do you say, Kyle?
No, I gotta see this.
I'm kind of legitimately scared to say this. Fritz, you just need to STFU and engage JEHOSEPHET.
Yeah, that last one got me.
I can feel the eye twitch from here.
What's up, guys?
Oh, there's Jesse.
Hey.
What's up, my brother? How you doing?
I'm feeling better.
Good. My prayer group is still praying for you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm back to work now.
You
There
sound
you
good.
go.
Sound
Yeah,
good.
I was only sick for like 3 days.
Good. Good. Building up
Does that
that
mean
immune
you're
system.
like-
That's what you're doing.
Yeah. Yeah, it just felt like my head was the size of a blimp.
Ooh, really bad
Yep,
allergies.
well, sinus headache. I had COVID.
Oh, gotcha. Right, someone mentioned that. I can't remember.
Yeah, I know. Last time I was with you guys and I was coughing, it was COVID.
Well, I am glad you're feeling better, though. And hopefully
Yeah.
you get to play with us this weekend.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll be at work playing remotely.
I'll be streaming and rolling dice for you as usual.
Yep.
I have a really radical plan from now on. I know what I'm going to do to pre-scout these locations.
Yeah.
I'm going to yeet the bard at the enemy. I'm going to throw the bard around the corner and be like, hey, here, go scout that. It's super important. I'm going to throw the bard around the corner and then I'm going to run.
Yeah, I'm thinking about starting to play Valifor a little different.
What you got?
He's going to be impetuous and he's very impatient.
Mm,
That's how we've been playing him already.
that's perfect. Yeah, that's pretty much what happened in the last combat, last session. We
Yeah.
all played that. We all felt that's the way you are because you're impetuous. So that's what you would do. Where's the enemy at? Let me at him.
Yep.
You know, boom.
Blast that door down. I'm going to kill him. Ah!
Yep. That's the way I play him.
Well,
When I get impatient because the players aren't doing things, they're not moving, they're thinking too much, I use you and you kick the door in for them. Let me at them.
Yep.
The door crashes.
Okay. But yeah, I got a few ideas for you, though. Yes, I'll print them out for you this week.
You're gonna survive the apocalypse. Reduce interference. $2,700 on a Honda generator. Electric start with sine wave inverter. Oh,
So what you painting?
I'm working on me or her. She doesn't
Yeah.
paint.
Well, the two of you.
She's a digital. I don't want to say painter. A digital.
Yeah.
What do you call
Artist.
it? Digital artist.
Oh my!
Yeah.
Got fired! Got fired!
I don't use a paintbrush. You're right.
What do you mean?
What are you painting, Fritz?
Thank you. I am the big cheese around here, after all. I'm working on 28mm orcs. Commission-
GW?
No. Two different
okay.
manufacturers. They're called pig-faced orcs. They're unique in that they're literally pig-faced. They look like the old school pig face.
Yeah. It must be refreshing for you to paint something besides tiny figures.
Well, these models are really detailed. Very nice, high-quality models. Cleanup is pretty good. So
That's
right now
cool.
I've got 48 of them to paint. And right now I'm just cleaning up and doing the basing before I start painting. Tomorrow I prime. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. So what are you doing, Karma?
Oh,
What are you working on?
I'll zoom out. Some legs for this angel lady I've been working on. It's a commission for somebody.
Oh yeah, why that's coming along good. Full body.
I was excited to do the full body, but I needed to just pace myself. That's all.
Yeah, that's how I get when I paint miniatures. I have to take breaks every once in a while.
You don't want it to get too stressful, and you know, if you're holding all that stress in your shoulders while you're looking down painting at something, it's just not good for you.
Yep. Helps to take a break.
Take a break, relax, rest, unwind, have some wine, maybe.
Well, that would be nice. I don't drink, but it's been a long time since I've had wine.
Oh, I love me a good wine. But yeah, Jess, I'm gonna be rocking Glade now. I've gone two-handed.
Yeah, nice.
I have no idea how the hell this is gonna work.
He got his hands on a demon forged glaive. And he thinks he's gonna get wild like a demon with that baby.
Oh, is it cursed? Better watch out.
Well, it's exactly like the one carried by a previous demon. And it was taken from a demon.
Okay.
Doesn't seem to be magical, but you know, he's testing it out.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm gonna see it doesn't have any, like we did some religion checks and stuff on it. And
Any detect magic?
Yeah, it didn't. I think when they checked, there was no new magic items that hadn't been identified. So,
Yeah.
in a way, I guess you could say they're sure that this isn't magical because it didn't show up, it didn't ping when everything else did.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I'm gonna be joining you on the front on the two-handed side of things.
Yeah.
Which, how many times have you seen me fight two-handed in this gauntlet?
Never.
Never. I have no idea how this
Shit,
is gonna go.
Done. Nice.
This
So-
is either gonna be really good or really bad.
I've been giving it a little bit of thought, and I was wondering if you'd be okay if maybe my character's not super okay with your character using that glaive.
Yeah,
Definitely.
That's fine.
You okay with that?
Definitely. Definitely.
That's fine. Because I know you, Karma, and I trust you as a character. But yeah, I have no issue with that.
Cool.
Matter of fact, I don't even think Valaport would be too happy that I'm using a demon blade.
Yeah, he's gonna be like, "Why are you using that? That's mine. Give it back."
No, but you know what I mean, though. Like, I don't even think like this is a weapon of demons. I don't think even Valaport would be like, "Are you really sure about that?"
Hey, if it works, it works. In his opinion.
I've never used a glaive. I mean, it was the one weapon, and I've made a lot of fighters. But
Yep.
5th edition and here in the Gauntlet, and it was the one weapon type. Like I played two-handed fighters in 5th edition. I played, flail wielding fighters. Pretty much every weapon group in 5th edition. I've made a fighter around, except for glaive. Never done glaive.
Well, you got reach now.
Yeah, and it also has forceful, so the more the more hits I get in a round, the more damage it does.
Cool.
Plus, I can use it instead of slashing. I can use it to finally skewer that goblin in the butt cheek.
Yeah, you could. Pokey pokey.
Karma knows this. I've been saying this shit for years. I'm gonna finally skewer me a goblin. I'm just right in there.
As long as that Sheppy.
No,
You might have a problem with that.
No, Sheppy is immune. But if we find any other goblins, though, yeah. Skewered Spike with Vlad the Impaler, I will have that roleplay moment. I will have it. It has eluded me for years. I will have it. So, yes, you'll
Well,
have to
7th
teach me.
level now. We gotta have a pretty powerful goblin then.
Yeah. But, yes, you're going to have to teach me how to be a two-handed guy, because I am going to be a
Yep.
two-handed guy for a little bit.
Well, there's some good feats. Like the trip one. That's a
Yeah.
good one.
Although, because I'm not specialized in it, my bonus is 2 less than with my Master Longsword. So
Mhm.
I'm
Oh.
hoping that's not going to come back and bite me in the butt, because I have weapon specialization swords, and this is a glaive, which is something completely different. So I'm hoping it doesn't come back and bite me in the butt, but it should be all right. Still got a plus 15.
Just as long as we don't have another war pick situation, we'll be all right.
Oh, that fucking pick. Fritz remembers that damn pick.
One that got tossed in the ocean.
No, like I melted that sumbitch down, and then I chucked it into the dragon lake and said, "Here, you can have that sumbitch."
Yeah, right.
That pick was bad. I have never seen a more lopsided weapon. And Karma, this is for you as well. Maggie had a war pick,
Yeah.
two-handed version of a pick, right? It's a mining tool, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes she would hit once in the round. The rest of the night, she couldn't bag a hit. That's how bad this damn pick was. It was like you were rolling against the pick and against the creature.
That's horrible.
And then when Maggie died, you picked it up.
Yeah, and then I chucked that motherfucker right into a lake. Going. Yep, get out of my life. So yeah, that no, I will never use a war pick in Pathfinder or any pick type weapon. Yeah, I ain't that stupid. If one's like that, they all like that.
Looks good on paper, but usefulness? Ugh.
I mean, and that's really kind of sad. I mean, like you can make a lot of things, viable in Pathfinder just by using some creativity. And that damn war pit, there's nothing I can do with it to make it viable.
Nope.
There's nothing I can do with that damn pick to make it worth actually picking a pick over like a glaive or a halberd or a battle axe or a longsword. There's just nothing there that makes me want to be like, oh, I'm going to play with a war pick. Why would I do that to myself? That's just stupid.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm gonna be rocking the glaive for a little bit. Something new, something different. It's gonna require a whole different play setup.
Yeah, just get used to be getting hit more often because your AC is going to be lower.
And that karma's got me covered on that.
Who does?
That dancing shield.
Yeah.
Pretty nice.
I can't wait to get those. I want to keep 2 on my roster. I can't wait to get 2 back.
Yeah, there you go.
With both me and Valipor being two-handed now, we're going to need them.
Yep.
I should be able to get some guys together, just like the McDonald's, like that.
But that also means that we will have reach on everything, so we can literally just,
I don't need to
you know,
spend the whole week on it.
wipe over.
McDonald's. That's the problem.
Hi, Bruce. How you doing?
Doing good, Kyle. How about you?
Whew.
Too much pine coverage here, but it has come far, says James. Dealing with pine
You see, they
needles.
made a bunch of rule changes to 40K.
I haven't looked at it.
Yep,
by the time I actually read the rules and look at it and we play, all this, kerfuffle over it's unbalanced will be fixed.
Well, all I know is they made my death guard a little better.
Yeah, they did. I
They-
saw.
Reduced the point cost of a lot of things, which I think will help. Kind of turns them into more of a horde army.
Is
People are
that
kind of unhappy with that.
is that all they did? Just make them cheaper because they're horrible now? Are you kidding
They
me?
did. They have the cheapest Terminators in the game. No.
So that's how they
And
balance
same-
them.
Yeah, and it's a pretty lazy way to balance them, but
Are you kidding? Oh my! Oh, that's terrible. They suck.
yeah, they
Here's twice as much suck. Now it's balanced. Are you kidding me? Wow.
now instead of 5 Terminators, I can have 10.
I don't think when we set up our game with your Golden Boys and my sisters, I don't think I'm going to play it. It just doesn't feel right to see the Golden Boys go against the Sisters of Battle. I don't know. That's doesn't feel right because I'm all about the lore. You know that.
Yep.
I mean, it could happen for sure, and did during the apostasy and all that, but still. So what I'll do is I'll probably play the Death Guard, and you can play your Golden
Sure.
Boys, or I'll play the Necrons.
Yep. I got both of them.
We'll keep our sisters and Golden Boys at battles at a minimum. Just doesn't interest me. Not even the Space Marines. Well, specifically the sisters. My Dark Angels will fight anybody.
Yeah, you have to paint up those Deathwing.
I did.
Are they finished?
No. None of my stuff is ever
I remember-
finished. They made AdMech and Guard cheaper as well. Wow, that's
Yeah, they did.
one way to do it. Just give them more.
hmm
The Sisters of Battle are a horde army. They've always been a horde army.
It kind of makes sense for them, but not the Death Guard. I don't think. Seems kind of weird, but
Yeah, not the Death
Whatever.
Guard. Cripes, they're
they're elite.
they're space
They're supposed to be
Marines.
elite. Yeah.
Firstborn corrupted space Marines.
There you go.
They're not Primaris. There's been talk if they'll actually make Primaris Chaos Marines, which I don't think fits the lore at all.
Not really. That's a newer thing.
Yeah, it is. So I kind of hope they don't, for the sake of the lore, because they didn't exist back in the Horus Heresy.
No, yeah, for, yeah.
More junk.
Funny, I just watched a lore video on first edition Rogue Trader, and how Space Marines were like knuckle draggers, dumb. They were like barbarians.
Knuckle draggers? Wow.
Uh-huh. It's a whole different lore back then. Horus Heresy wasn't even a big thing back then. It was in the lore, but it wasn't like a main thing that happened. They had different wars that they talked about back then. I forget what they were called.
Back then, because they didn't know how far this
No.
setting would go with novels and games and an IP. You know, it wasn't even an IP back then, really.
Mm-hmm. It wasn't.
It was just a setting to fight battles in with your miniatures.
Probably went more accurately.
Now it's this vast epic that you can actually, believe in. Like, wow.
A lot of cool lore.
Yeah, very.
It's from all the novels that it came out with.
You know, Shayna Baszler from the WWE, she's into 40K. You know that, right?
No, I didn't know that.
Oh shit, I missed it. All right, now I gotta call you back.
Yeah. Same with Henry Cavill.
And
That I know.
Samoa Joe, the other guy from the WWE, he's also into it. Samoa Joe. I didn't know that. I know about
Yeah.
Baszler, but I didn't know Samoa Joe was. Yeah, he's big
Also,
into
another
it.
little thing for you, Fritz. The Big Show loves Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh yeah, he does. That's well known. Him and a bunch of guys. The lead guitarist from what's that band? Hold on, let me think of the song. Think of a song. Bulls on Parade. Nothing. Nobody knows Bulls on Parade. Are you
Yes,
kidding?
I know. I'm trying to think of the band.
Yeah,
Yeah, God, making a blank right now.
I can't think of it either. I've been chanting off bands from the 70s all session today. I can't think of this one from the 90s. Bulls on Parade. Oh, God, I can't even think of their songs. Tom Morello, the guitarist for the band. He's a huge...
Oh, Rage Against the Machine.
Rage Against the
Machine.
Machine. There you go. He's a
Yep.
huge D&D player. In fact, he plays with the Big Show. Him and a bunch of other famous people play. Yeah, Tom Morello. He's a D&D nerd. Who would have thunk? He was at Gen Con this year.
Nice.
Yeah, Big Show's another one. The Big Show playing D&D. Did you know that, Jesse?
No, I did not.
It's funny, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
I guess according to like some of the sources, I guess he gets really deep with it too.
Can you imagine him with his hands trying to move those little tiny figures around?
Oh my God.
Kabasi fingers.
Can you imagine him trying to roll dice?
Yeah.
Like he crushed the freaking dice.
Well, you wouldn't have no problems rolling 30 dice. It'd be like nothing.
If
One
you,
hand.
if you ever watch WWE wrestling, Shayna Baszler, She's an ex-MMA fighter back in the days of Ronda Rousey from the MMA fighting. But if you ever watch her in the WWE, every once in a while, her gear that she wears out to the ring, it's got they're obvious symbols of like Zinch and all this stuff. Chaos Space Marines, she's got a lot of that. She puts on
Nice.
makeup like she looks like Horus. Yeah, she's big into it.
That's cool.
I think she did some Ultramarines at one point too. Yeah, that's funny. Shayna Baszler. She's a legit cage fighter.
It's just amazing how far this hobby's really gone, isn't it? You know, like we've got topless celebrity performers, actors, MMA people. You know, this really shows you how far this hobby really stretches out.
A lot of
It's
it.
got more to the mainstream.
Well, a lot of it is because these people grew up with it. Like
Yep.
like the Big Show. He's been playing since he's a teenager.
Mhm.
So that's going back to what? About your time, Kyle, Jesse.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. They just happened to be famous. Robin Williams. He was a huge 40K player. Huge 40K player. He's well known to have collected a huge mammoth Eldar army. That was his thing. Oh, and the guy from Queen, the lead guitarist, he's a war gamer. I know he plays 40K, but Brian May, I think he plays historicals as well. That's pretty well known though. Brian
Yeah.
May from Queen. Galileo.
Is he British? Is he British?
I don't know. He might actually be.
Yep.
Because the lead singer, what's his name? Eddie, I can't think of his
Murphy.
name. Yeah, Mercury. Freddie Mercury.
Mercury.
He-
Murphy.
He was from the UK. Yeah, Brian May, the lead guitarist. He's a big war gamer, 40K player. There's also this really well-known guy that's into it, definitely celebrity status. I think he goes by Fritz nowadays. He's pretty much into it. Yeah, you look him up, get his autograph when you can. eBay, I'm telling you.
Sisters of Battle.
Yeah, Sisters of Battle, that's his thing. That's the jam of the day, folks. Jam of the day. Get your signatures now. $100 a pop, I'll send them to you. Make you a fortune. I was in Hobbyco the other week, and the D&D section was pumpkin,
Ew.
says James. Pumpkin festivities. So I'm ready to move on to my next unit of Sisters of Battle. I'm not sure what that'll be. It'll either be the war suits, maybe a Canoness, maybe the remaining 5 sisters. I know what they are. They're going to be those electro-flagellants or whatever they are. A lot of Imperial factions have those kind of units in their army.
Yeah.
They're basically
That's
criminals who have been, for their prison sentence, they've been subjected to this mechanical, transformation. They're mindless at this stage, but they have to serve the Imperium, like the Inquisition or the Sisters of Battle, as servants. And they're just these fanatical warriors when they're turned on that just go into the battle and just turn enemies into pulp. There's that word, pulp. So I've got a few of them. I might work on them. I think there's 3 of them.
Nice.
Think Sisters Repentia, except they're worse. They got mechanical arms and
Yep.
add-ons.
Yeah,
and
I've watched
stuff.
battle reports. They're pretty OP.
You might be able to take them in your army.
Yeah, I suppose it could.
I think Imperial Guard sisters can take them. The lessers. I mean, the thing about the Sisters of Battle, they're not space marines. They're frickin' humans. They're essentially normal women in power armor that's been adjusted to fit them. You know, it's not full-blown space marine power armor that they can never take off. Sisters of Battle can take their power armor off. But it still is power armor. Just as effective. Same thing with the bolt guns. They have a modified version that allows them to use them because they're so big and got such a recoil. Normal humans couldn't use them, so they're pretty much limited to space marines, these modified human superhumans. But the Sisters of Battle have a modified version that allows them to use them.
What
So,
do we got on the plate for next? What do you got on the plate for next week?
That's awesome, though. You know, you have actual humans in the fight.
yeah, Imperial Guard, they're all humans.
Yep.
They're just normal space. They're normal humans.
Normal guys.
Yeah, they don't wear power armor. They wear a different kind of armor.
No.
Yeah, that's still really cool.
Oh, that's fun.
John
Yeah,
Long-
my free time's been going in the Starfield lately.
Oh, good.
I've had it for like 4 days now, and I've got 27 hours in it already.
Wow.
Yep. It's nice to have a game that I can just sit on the couch and just engross myself in. And
Yeah.
Just have that world.
Who needs friends?
Yep.
Who needs real dice?
Oh, no.
I could just vegetate.
That's all.
Oh my.
That's it. You're gonna turn into a pumpkin.
Yeah. That's fine.
It's the season almost.
You're gonna get pulpy. Pulpy.
Well, I put over 700 hours in the Elden Ring,
Why?
so this is my new Elden Ring, I guess.
Darn it, I can't click on this link. What'd you say, Jesse? Elden Ring?
I put over 700 hours in the Elden Ring. How I did that, I don't know. Just playing at night. Not my days off.
This, of course, is John Longshore's up-and-coming player character. Looks like a gnome. Police officer. There he is. There's John Longshore himself. Looks like somebody I know, actually. Those glasses.
There we go.
Not broken the basement.
What's going on here?
Alright.
Let's see what Karma's doing. Tell you, that could be a sister of battle.
I see a leg.
Yep, she's working on a full body here. It's a little bit more challenging, I think, for her. Maybe. I don't know. I think. She don't usually do full bodies.
It's true. Definitely more challenging.
Plus, she's showing a lot of depth there. She's walking forward. Tricky stuff.
Whatever you need, I'm pretty confident.
How long?
Nice.
Yeah, how long will this take you to do you think?
I started it at the beginning of the week, so this one, a couple days in. I'd say I could probably finish most single project in a week. easily enough. When did I start this particular one? Is it Monday? I really should keep better track of when I start things. It was either Sunday or Monday. I don't think it was Sunday. Was it? No, I didn't have time on Sunday. That's why.
This is the first time I've seen this.
Yep, this one started Monday then.
Yeah, it's really good.
Gotcha.
Definitely need to elevate this to a way to make money for yourself. Professional.
Been saying that for years. He's damn good.
What kept you from doing it?
Professionally?
Yeah, professionally.
I've always been looking kind of for commissions, but I don't really have a following. I tried doing something on Instagram to get more of a following, but you know, I wasn't regular enough on Instagram, I guess, in order to like keep up. And sometimes when I'm depressed, I don't post, so it ended up getting to be, I guess, not. It wasn't enough to like attract anybody really who wanted anyone. But when I joined the LARP, I got a lot of people who were interested in art and stuff like that. So that's kind of where my clientele is coming from now, is the LARP community.
Yep, you'll find that right away, that it's all about networking.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could go on Facebook or Instagram and advertise like crazy, but if you don't have any specific people to advertise to that would be interested in this, you're not going to get as much back.
Exactly.
But when you know those people and you start networking with them, you know, like you're doing with the LARP players, the role-playing community, like with us, all of a sudden you're getting an audience. People know what you do, you know, and you've got more people to advertise to at that point. And that's how you grow. That's how you expand out. You build that community, Karma's community, through networking. And it'll snowball. That's what I did. Word of mouth. I know a lot of people. A lot of people know me. So I had a kind of a step ahead of other folks that might be green. But it took a lifetime to build that community. But you're doing that now. You're doing it right now in this stream, getting it out there. People that are role players see this. That's a market for you. And of course, LARPers.
All right, I got to do some work. I'll be back, guys.
Yep, I bored Jesse to death. He's out of here.
No, I have to do some actual work now.
Actual work. Wow, Jesse. Actual work. Okay. Okay, I know
See
you
you guys.
feel. See you, Jesse.
Have a good one.
There's one rule in role-playing games.
Right.
I don't know if I want to share it because it's for players. I don't know why I want to spill the beans on this. Should I spill the beans on this? I don't. Let me think a second. It's a big deal. It's really simple. Because I've been playing with you guys for a while now, Kyle. So the number one rule you should have in your head as a player, you got to remember this. You have to remember this. This is something that comes through experience. Many, many, many years of gameplay. I'm giving you a shortcut because you've been playing for what, 5 years? That's an infant in this hobby. Well, here's a little head up on you. And who knows, maybe you know this already, but I don't think you realize how true and how impactful it really is, and how you need to stick to your guns. The rule is this, and it's very simple. Never trust the GM. Let that sink in. Go to bed tonight. Let those words dance around in your brain as you fall into sleep. And keep that in mind. It's probably the most important rule for the player. Never trust the GM.
Yeah, but also in the same vein, I trust you, so
See, that's where you're showing that you're an infant. Never trust the GM. And I can tell you right now, by the end of this particular campaign, you will see how true that is. How everything has led to this point, and how easily you were led. You'll see it by the end of the campaign. But I'm going to teach you that lesson now.
okay.
I could give examples, but that would give things away. You'll realize these things at the end.
Definitely be keeping my eyes open then.
If you've got a good GM, yeah, you probably can't trust them. When he says, guys, maybe you should have a safe room. Maybe you should put all your stuff in there. Yeah, get a lock. That way when you're away, you got a place to gather. Keep in mind that you should never trust your GM. And when you start following his advice, like I said, by the end of the campaign, you'll realize this. This is an important lesson for you. Because you've got many years in this hobby to look forward to.
Oh, yeah.
You're welcome, Kyle. You're welcome.
I'm definitely looking forward to more. I found my community now. So I'm not going anywhere. I don't care what story we tell. I found my place where I belong, and I found the people I belong with. So,
For a long time, this
Absolutely.
wasn't a thing.
Jesse knows. He knows that secret. He knows. He knows to be careful about what I say or suggest. He knows I got something in mind.
oh my.
So he better be careful. He does. I don't know if he's on to anything right now. But you never know.
No,
I mean, if you got a good GM, you got to keep that in mind. If they're really good, they're going to try and they want to put you in a situation that's going to challenge you as players and challenge you as characters, because that's the whole point of the game. The GM's role is to, among other things, is to challenge you. He's not supposed to baby you. He's not supposed to caress you and make it easy for you. He's supposed to put challenges in front of you that are entertaining and fun and enjoyable, and hopefully create these memories that you'll never forget. That's his goal if he's a real GM, if he's good at it. And because of that, players really can't trust him, because you don't know where he's leading you. You don't know what he means by this or what he means by that. He's not trying to hurt or destroy you. He's trying to give you those challenges and memories and fun. And so you can't really trust him, can you? You can't.
No, because he's here to help us tell a story, and here to give us some good, challenging content, a lot of good memories, and I've made a lot of mistakes in this campaign. I've lost many a character, but those were all learning experiences, and I wouldn't really change any of them.
You know what I mean, Kyle, right? When I say don't trust the GM.
Like that old saying goes, trust but verify. Yeah.
I'd give you examples, but I don't want to give anything away. I guess
yeah.
that could be seen as an example. That little safe room. Whose idea was that? Was mine. I mean, you might have had it in your head, but I'm the one that gave you the full details of how to do this. You're not supposed to do that.
If you remember back further than that, we actually did have a safe room set up at
And
one point
again,
in time.
whose idea was that?
I was thinking it was yours as well, and then all of a sudden there comes the old vault bursting through.
So it's almost like when I give you an idea and you act upon it and start doing stuff with it, you're playing into my hands. I'm setting you up for something which will probably be pretty challenging. That's how you got to kind of look at it. And if you're not aware of that, you might get yourself in big trouble and stomped. It might not turn out the way you would expect. A little too much trust in the GM. Yeah, Kyle, get your character in here. Not Kyle, but what's your character's name? Bjorn. Bjorn, yeah. Maybe it's a good idea. You do this and do that, you know. Get yourself one of these, and that'll help out too, yeah. This is the GM telling you to do this. Really? I think you know what I mean.
I see where you're getting at. Okay.
So Fritz has nothing in mind. He is lying to you now. He could be. Fritz could be lying to you right now, trying to shake it up a little bit. He could be. That could be true. Which leads us back to the big rule. Never trust the GM.
Because it's your job to give us challenges and can keep us engaged. So why wouldn't you throw out these challenges? It's kind of the perfect thing to do.
You'll see, Kyle. You'll see as the story unfolds. Trust me.
Always had.
Oh. What a
My
fun,
dear brother Fritz, I always have trusted you.
what a fun hobby. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about the GM. You can trust me, Kyle. Fritz is good. I'm talking about the GM.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know.
Don't get confused.
I know, but I wanted to clarify that you, Fritz, I trust you.
Yeah, I know.
The GM, I'm gonna have to be a little. Every time you say, "See, Kyle," it sounds like you have joined the party. Oh my, Arn. Oh my.
Iron Man knows what I'm talking about. He knows what I'm talking about. This is something you learn as a player. But alright, you got a little heads up. You just gained about 20 years of gameplay right there.
Yes, sir.
And Karma too. Now she knows. She just started this madness.
It's a nice tidbit of information.
There you go. She knows what's cooking.
Unfortunately, Fritz, I'm gonna have to bow out of here. I gotta get a shower and get ready for bed.
Time you work tomorrow, Kyle.
They got me starting at 6.
Well, that's not too bad. Is that
No, but
is
I
that when
just
you usually go in?
I normally go in at like 7.
Oh, okay.
I'm going in today at 5, helping out. I'm too nice in the workplace. Somebody walk up and be like, "Oh, well, can you help me do this real quick?" Yeah, 3 hours later, I'm still doing it. So, yeah, I'm way too nice in the workplace. But yeah, I'm gonna go get a shower and go relax for a little bit. Y'all be safe, have fun, stay dirty. I love y'all as always, and I shall be back in the morning.
Okay, Kyle. You take care, my
Good night,
friend.
dude.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I'm on it.
I mean, that's
Take care, man. I think I shook Kyle up there.
Perhaps.
Uh-oh.
Know what to say.
James says, bye, Kyle. My group fought a skeletal Naga. Thief opens the door. Naga kills him with a magic missile. They close the door, decide to charge the Naga, while deciding the Naga cast mirror image.
I'd rather be like a cast member. You know what I mean? Like
I think Iron Man's telling a story here. Open the door to charge. See 5 Nagas. Slam the door shut again. Idea is to hold the door till the Naga spell wears off. Naga raises the skeleton on the floor to open the door. I can see this is a back and forth opening and closing the door. So essentially, what I mean by let's put it this way. Let's say be cautious about taking advice from a GM. What I've effectively done by getting you guys to set up a safe house is I've given myself the opportunity to do all kinds of mischief. Perhaps with the ghouls, perhaps with other monsters. To break in and steal your magic items. Or otherwise, make it a little bit difficult for the party. That's what you've given me by taking that advice. It seems like a good idea. Players could come up with this on their own. That's fantastic. But like I said, the goal of the GM is to keep the players on their toes. So if you take advice from him, it's probably advice he's going to take advantage of to keep you on your toes.
I was talking to my buddy Mike.
That makes sense.
You don't know him, but he goes to Epcot.
That's
This is KB's reputation.
How long ago did they set up that safe room for?
To be honest with you, it took me a couple sessions to convince them to have it.
Right.
They tried it once before, but they abandoned it. And yeah, it gave me the opportunity to kind of do what I'm doing now, have guys creeping up on the door, listening and stuff, again, making them question, I wonder if this is a good idea. I wonder what's out there. And kind of divert their attention from other things. That's intentional. But this recently they did, maybe 3 sessions ago now, they've got this little safe room. And again, I'm giving them suggestions. Maybe you can get a lock, put a chest in there. You can put all your treasure in there so you're not encumbered as you move through the dungeon. This is me giving them advice, not realizing that I'm setting them up. I could take advantage of that, which again benefits them as players. It'll benefit the experience that they have. But although it might get frustrating, I'm not just going to take stuff away from them, but I'm going to play it out. I've got opportunities to maybe have ghouls sneak in and maybe go through the place. If one of the players hid the trunk in the room somewhere, I would have the player make a thievery check or a stealth check to see how good they hide it. I would write it down. And anytime I want to bring in some ghouls that want to ransack and search the room, like, somebody's been in here, fan out and search. They all start searching. I would have them use their perception checks against the DC of the player who hid the item. Those ghouls might find that item. Or I might just have them automatically find it. But chances are I'd roll dice for it because it's fun. I'd want to see if they actually did find it. They gave me the opportunity. And hence, that's why I gave Kyle a little heads up, which I probably shouldn't have, because it's kind of like a magician giving away secrets to the trick. But, you know, Kyle's a good guy. I like him. So, you know, it kind of probably threw him off. He didn't know exactly what I meant, but that's what I mean. So, Karma, now you've got the edge. Now you know what I'm talking about. Keep your eyes open.
That's true. Now I do have to keep my eyes open a little bit more. You're out to get us. Got it.
No, not out to get you. I'm out to challenge you.
Challenge us.
Challenge. I'm not the opponent. I'm the guy that lays out the challenges. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fun. Let's continue the story here with Iron Man. Eventually, they charge the Naga, who casts Spider Climb, and escapes to the 20-foot-high ceiling. The group prepares for ranged battle at this point. The Naga hits them all with a web. The Naga then crawls over to a good corner and casts Lightning Bolt, taking out another player and injuring the rest. The wizard sets the web on fire to free the group. They all take 8 hit points of damage because of that. The druid then casts Shape Stone to capture the Naga in a stone cage against the corner where he's hiding. It would have worked, but there was too much space in the top area. The Naga escapes, but gets killed by the wizard. It was a fun fight. How did he get killed, Iron Man? He made good his escape, and then he got killed. How did he get killed? Yeah, it's a lot going on. Don't ever think that the GM is the opposition, that you're playing competitively. It's a cooperative game, role-playing games. Just there's different roles. The GM challenges, gives you the setting, the backstory, the setting of where you're going to play in this little adventure. He provides all that. And the players are invited to come in and play in this little adventure, facing all the challenges, the potential fun memories and moments. And that's exactly what we've been doing. Magic missile from 2 wizards, and the Naga was already injured from the previous rounds as well. So he just got attritioned. I love serpent folk. Naga. I see feet. Armored feet. Boy, what a difference. Putting that highlight on there makes that armor come alive.
A lot of times things like eyes, lips, and metal really start to come alive when you put that nice highlight or shine on it. And I was trying to do this specific
What's on her face?
golden letters. There's 2 runes. I don't remember exactly what she said, but they looked like the ones that I depicted there.
Zoom in. Let's take it. Oh, that's Manaz. What's that other one there? Tyvas? No, I don't know what that is. The one on the right. The one on the left, that's Manaz.
I could look it up.
Means man. Means man. Self. Your person. Who you are. The other one I don't recognize. Is that
The
a
one that
legit?
looks like a Y, or the one with the X in it?
Ryan Breeden.
Is that a legit rune? The one on the
Yeah.
right.
The right, so the one that looks like a Y. Where was it? Whatever.
It's called Sarcastic SOB.
Let's see.
Anyway,
She sent them to me, so I looked them up.
oh no, really? Oh, okay. The stat here.
Scroll up here. Manaz is the one you said an Algiz, Algiz.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's what it is. Does she know runes?
I don't know, but she sent those to me to look up, like, so if she knows anything about them, I mean, I can definitely ask her.
That means, let's see, man, and
Yeah, our young Padawan.
I know algaze is protection, but how would that connect to man? Warrior, protective warrior. Protective warrior.
Protective warrior. They,
Oh,
she would be kind of like the protective warrior, I guess, huh?
Oh, she's got one on her lip too, on her chin. That's
It's just
Issa.
a line down her. That's an actual rune. Oh wow.
Yeah,
She
that's
did-
Issa. That means to stand or be distant or stand off. So what would that be? Protection, warrior, or man? Protection, warrior, stand. Yeah, put that together. She stands strong as a warrior who protects. Yeah, that's what it is. She must know her runes.
That's cool.
That's Elder Futhark.
I only know the very small itty bit about that based on what one of my friends has taught me. So that's cool that, they actually stand for something. They're not just designs.
Boy, look at her eyes. You are so good at eyes. Damn.
Thank you.
Hello?
I appreciate it.
Wow.
No, that was she's on the phone.
I know. Iron Man's off to play a game. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm big into runes, so I noticed that as soon as you zoomed in. That's pretty cool that she used them.
I'll have to let her know. Where was I?
Encoding overloaded. What's going on here on my stream today? Getting an overload. I wonder why that is. Seems okay. So hope Kyle didn't take it too serious about what I said. I think I kind of shook him.
No, I'm sure he's okay.
Wow. Now I'm kind of worried.
You can check with him in a little bit.
God. It's okay, Kyle. I'm only talking about the GM's role. Yeah, I know he's fine. Because I know he's a very, very trusting individual and loyal and all that. But I wasn't talking about real life. I'm talking about the game.
Right, and you made that clear.
Yeah, I think I did. Yeah, maybe he's just tired. He won't trust anything I say anymore. Oh, what a wonderful hobby we have. There are players in this world who play this game, these kind of games, very much like it was competitive against the GM, and it always ruins a campaign. It ruins it. You cannot play that way. It's not competitive. You're not playing against the GM. He's not trying to kill you. He's not trying to destroy you. Which honestly he could do just without rolling any dice. He could just say it and boom, game's over. Why would that be the case? Why would anyone play that way? But there's people who do play that way. And it ruins a frickin' game. One of the guys in Critical Role was that way. And it's the main reason you don't see him in the lineup anymore, the cast. If you remember, the first season, the first campaign they ever did, if you watch that, the early episodes had a guy in there.
Dragonborn?
Yeah, he played a Dragonborn. And I guess there was this whole conflict of interests in the group. You know, he had personal problems and all this. But from what I understand, he was also the type of player who played very competitively against the other players and against the GM. And if you go back and watch those episodes knowing this beforehand, you can see it. You can see where he's bringing in rules, mechanics, and stuff to take advantage of the GM and this kind of thing. And you can see Matt Mercer get very frustrated. You can see all the players get frustrated. He's a prominent example of, you know, that way of playing. And I guess that's what was going on. He was being very competitive, going against the grain of the group and the GM and just not going with the flow. He comes to mind. Yeah, they kicked him out of the group essentially.
Wow.
That was one
I
reason.
vaguely remember that. It was a really long time ago.
Yep, I remember him too. And he was kind of an odd one in the group. I wasn't fond of his character or his play style. Well, I guess that's one reason. He was playing very competitively.
Yeah, you're seven.
Yeah, wow.
Right?
Definitely like that.
Jesse's another. He's very competitive when he plays games like Warhammer and stuff, and he's really good at it. I'm more of a casual player with 40k, so it's tough to play against him because one mistake and he'll wipe the floor with you. You know, he loves it. You know, it's like a competition to him, and some people are like that. When he first came into my campaign that we're playing right now, and this was the first time he's played role-playing games since he was in his 20s. You know, so he came into it playing that style where he was competitive. I mean, he would disrupt the game, questioning my rules judgments. And you can't do that. You can't question the GM's decisions. You can't do that. But he learned this as we played. You just don't do that. Like if I do something that isn't in the rule book, it's okay because it's rule 0. I'm the GM. I can do that.
Exactly.
And he understands it, but it's his nature to be competitive and see things like a competition. So it took him a while. And man, I'll tell you, if you watch some of the sessions where he first joined and we were broadcasting live, yeah, there was some friction. Kyle will tell you that. Everyone would go quiet. Me and Jesse be sitting there basically rah, 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 rah. Because that's the way we grew up. It's the way we were when we played games. We'd always end up in a fist fight.
Oh man.
And then it's all just family stuff. It's all good, and it is. But yeah, he's really matured with it, especially since he started enjoying the role play aspect of the game. I mean, he's really getting into that more than I think he ever has, and he's enjoying it. So it's like, yes, now he gets it. You know, so it's not competitive anymore for him.
Good.
Yeah, role-playing games are, you know, they're different, to be sure. It's kind of like cooperative storytelling. I've heard people call it that.
For the time and craftsmanship and right. Shit. How about now?
Hey, I'll be right back. I need to do my water.
All right. Cleaning some super glue off my computer here. All right, folks, I'm going to call it here. The stream, anyway. So, folks, thanks for watching. I'll be back again tomorrow. I tuckered everybody out once again. Another long stream. 4.5 hours. Wow, 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 wow. We'll be back again tomorrow. See if we can get Karma back in here doing her thing. And, yeah. So, folks, you guys hang in there. It's only going to get better. I'll talk to you soon.